Mic check. Hallo.
Anyone hearing this mic from? Hello there. Yes, that works. Hey, good morning. So, welcome to the third day already of the conference. I'll be chairing. My name is Thijs Ham. I gave a presentation yesterday, so I guess most of you have seen my face. I'll be chairing and presenting, and we're going to start off this session with a paper by Mathieu Lacroix talking about the interface as an extension of composition in mixed music.
Good morning, everyone. So before I go into my actual presentation, just to make sure everyone understands what I mean by mixed music. Mixed music is now a rather old tradition. So originally, people would always define mixed music by a type of contemporary classical composition where you had acoustic and electroacoustic sound sources. But nowadays, most music has acoustic and electroacoustic sound sources. So it's become quite important for a lot of scholars to separate it very specifically by invoking contemporary classical composition, philosophy, so on and so forth. So for example, Vincent Tiffon says that it is not mixed music unless it has the classical concert at its heart. If it's only through recording, then it has more to do with acousmatic composition, so on and so forth, or studio work. So now that we have that out of the way, first off, for the conference, I looked at the definition of what actually an interface is. What does the word interface actually mean? So according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, there's these three main meanings that we can see on the screen here. And one that I got most interested in is a surface forming a common boundary of two bodies, spaces, or phases. And for me, this is the most interesting and important aspect of mixed music, because it has a lot of implications in how we compose, and how we play this music, and how we think of it, so on and so forth. So the idea of the interface in this music has technological, musical, and practical issues, but it also brings up a lot of ideas that have been explored quite a bit in the last 100 years when it comes to compositional philosophy. The ideas of poiesis and aesthesis, and we could also discuss the neutral level, if you know Molyneux, Natsiaz, Roy, so on and so forth. But often I've separated into what we generally think of for mixed music. So we have the score, right? The notation we give to the musicians. The music doesn't exist before the musicians get the notation and play it in many ways. But also the electronics. And it's the score and the electronics together when played live that become the performance. And that is the actual piece of music. That's an important aspect of what the interface is in this type of music. And all these different connections between them are different interfaces that we can discuss a lot of issues. So if we go into the idea of the score, the composition, in French, there's this terminology called écriture, which is a very, very rich word. It means writing. But when we say écriture in the French compositional tradition, it doesn't only include writing. It includes music theory, the philosophy, the aesthetics, everything put together into one word. And as a lot of academics have discussed before, even in English with Leland and Simon Emerson, so on and so forth, the big challenge in mixed music is how to combine the écriture of both the acousmatic tradition, but also the contemporary classical tradition. And when we've discussed interfaces in this conference, we've mainly discussed technological interfaces, but this is the big interface in a lot of this music. How are we able to talk between these different types of music, these different aesthetics, these different traditions? And as Maria mentioned in her presentation, the relationship in mapping really isn't one-to-one. I would actually compare it with the rhizome by Deleuze. It's multifaceted, layer on layer. There's hundreds and thousands of different ways to see it, and it plays a huge role in how we compose mixed music. And also, of course, influences the process. The traditional process in composition that we see in a lot of academic work is the following one. And it actually looks a lot like the process for software programming, right? So you'll get an idea, most probably, you'll sketch it, you'll start to write it down probably. You'll test it, maybe with a musician if you're lucky, then you'll go back to the idea, you'll maybe change it, you'll sketch it, so on and so forth. And eventually, out of that, you'll get a performance, which will be your piece of music. That's one interface. And it has its influences in how we think about it as well. In the traditional mixed music repertoire as well, the idea of the institutional support, whether a composer is programming himself or herself, or having someone else doing that, has been a big issue. Most of the literature on mixed music is actually French literature from ICLI. So a lot of the composers here you'll recognize, Philippe Manoury, Pierre Boulez, and Kaya Sadiaho. None of these composers have ever programmed themselves. I have several sources that even mention they can't be given any electronics because otherwise they'll ruin it themselves. And a lot of what these composers say and what they do and what has been done in their compositions are completely different things. A very easy example is out of these composers, Kaya Sadiaho is probably played a bit more when it comes to her electronic music. In a piece like Noah Noah, which is from 1992, written for Camila Hoitenga, it's written in the score that the amplitude of the musician should actually be modulating the reverb amount. This has not worked in any single Max MSP patch for that piece since probably 1995. And the electronics for that piece are actually even created by her husband and maintained by IRCAM to this day. And it doesn't work. It's never mentioned. You never see it in any of the literature. I've even had the chance to play the piece with Kaya Sadiaho at the concert. She never mentioned that aspect of it either. In a lot of the writings by Philippe Manoury as well, there is this very large tension between what he says is his idea and what actually comes from his programmers. And it's the same for Boulez when he was working quite a bit in the 80s with Andrew Gurzo for Répond and Anthem 2 and a lot of his famous late pieces. And this is an aspect that's quite important also for the idea of interface and how we work between the tradition and also our writing in general. Another aspect is the performative interface between the score, the musician, and the electronics, which is a big issue in contemporary classical music. So for example, the picture you see right there, for those of you not into contemporary music, this is Brynjar Furunahu, probably one of the most notorious composers when it comes to performers. He writes rather scary scores that if I show them to my students, they don't want to play his music. It's incredibly complex, layered music. And if you're adding as well electronic elements, you can't necessarily expect the musician to just get that. Classical musicians have been trained for 20, 30 years through a rigorous program of scales, so on and so forth, to attain the level that they play. And then here comes a composer that often either is only from the classical side or more from the electronic side and doesn't necessarily understand how this will interact. And for example, you'll give them a pedal and you say to the classical violinist who's practiced and rehearsed his or her posture for 20 years that, well, you have to go like this or like this, and you have 30 sensors on your violin. And that completely changes how the instrumentalist actually has a relationship with their instrument, as it was also mentioned yesterday. You mentioned, for example, the alienation you felt when playing piano. And this is an aspect that composers and the interface that we work with for these different pieces have to think about and discuss. And this is something that we don't see that much. It also affects quite a lot the interpretation, right? If I give a traditional mixed music piece, often it will be, for example, tape. Yet the most important aspect of the classical music repertoire is exactly interpretation. When I'm going to see an orchestra play Beethoven or a pianist play Beethoven, if it's played by Andras Schiff or Paul Lewis, it's a completely different experience. And that's the whole richness of the classical repertoire. When a lot of composers and also programmers, we go into it and then we just put our own ideas of it and we don't let them necessarily have this idea of interpretation, which limits their own tradition without necessarily having respect there as well. And for a lot of classical musicians, there's a lot of articles by Kimura, but also Elizabeth McNutt and many others that discuss this aspect that, well, Manoury wanted me to have 10 sensors on my instrument, and it takes 3 hours to set up, and then I actually don't even have time to rehearse the piece before the concert. And that's something that is important to think about in the interface of our compositions as well. And as I've mentioned with tape, for example, for a lot of the classical musicians, if the electronics aren't able to have any element of interpretation in themselves, it's dead to them. It's not interesting. It's Elizabeth McNutt compared playing a lot of mixed music like playing with the absolutely worst tone-deaf pianist accompaniment ever imagined. It's not interesting. So of course I understand when a lot of classical musicians don't even want to play this repertoire when we don't think about these interfacial aspects. And it's also related a lot to the ideas of time within composition, and here I'll invoke the ideas by Boulez and Stockers in their respective books in the 50s and 60s. If your music is incredibly striated, the strategies and compositional strategies and how it's influenced with the electronics isn't going to be the same as if your piece is in completely amorphous time and things don't have to be perfectly synchronized. There are different worlds with different solutions and different troubles and technologies that you'd be used with them. So in my own work, often, this is issues I've thought about for many, many years, and I'm now slowly approaching the end of my PhD. I found that one idea that works for this, and this is personally very inherently related to my aesthetics within contemporary composition, that live processes can often be quite useful. And they can be incredibly simple. For example, in my piece that was played at the Metamor Festival here on Friday, in certain points in the pieces, the musicians are going to play something, and a computer might analyze certain parts of it. What technology is used is completely irrelevant and non-interesting. But what's interesting in it, that the electronics will take certain elements of the musicians and then play over that, in a sense, use a process that is already deterministic, but also allows more interpretation. So for example, if a flute player is supposed to play a G4, but he or she plays a B flat 4, for example, and my electronics are tape or something that's very flat and won't react to the musicians, if the musician is playing a mistake, you'll hear that mistake a lot more because of the electronics. With a lot of live processes in that sense, it'll take the idea that, well, if it'll hear a B4 instead of a G4, it'll transfer all those live processes to the B4 instead of G4. Very simple stuff, nothing new in any sense. But also, these processes give a lot more freedom, not only to the composer, but also to the musicians. And in my experience, musicians are incredibly thankful for this, exactly because it allows them to have their own interpretation, classical studies of the last 20 or 30 years that they've played. So when I have a flutist that's mostly used to playing the romantic repertoire or solo Debussy, so on and so forth, and they can actually have this aspect of interpretation in his or her work while playing my music, that makes it a lot easier for them not only to learn my piece, it'll make them prefer playing it as well, because it's not as rigid, and it lets them be themselves. And that's an important aspect, because for the audience, whether the processing is live, or it's tape, or whatever it is, most of the time, the audience won't actually hear, and if we're completely honest, the audience couldn't care less. I've had even a lot of concerts where I've said, for example, just to test it out, that it's live processing, but it was tape, and even prestigious professors in this field wouldn't actually hear the difference whatsoever. But it's important to make the musicians comfortable to be able to play this music. So that's what I thought about talking about today. And a lot of these aspects have been intertwined in a lot of the different conversations we've had. It's nothing new, but it's just something to think about in the idea of mixed music. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any burning questions? If I don't see a hand right now, perhaps I have a. Oh, there's. Yeah. All right.
Hey, thank you for this great reminder of things to think about. I'm wondering if you could address a little bit about physical responses and physical constraints in terms of the electronics either being live processed or what it's taking to get a feedback to the musicians for them to be following the score, and what strategies you have used to make it where you've noticed difficulties and what you've done to make it easier.
That's a huge question. Oftentimes, in a lot of these conferences, we seem to think that anything where we can have more information directly from the musician, the better it is. But often, that's also an issue for the musicians, right? The perfect example is a bunch of sensors on classical musicians, which will make them uncomfortable. And then it becomes more a question of compositional aesthetics, if it is actually that important in that composition for your aesthetics with the setup time that you're going to have, if it's actually worth it. As well, that physically speaking, for example, even just the MIDI pedal for a lot of classical musicians is incredibly difficult. I tried a MIDI pedal with a conductor last Friday, and even something as simple as that can be very difficult because it's not something they physically have in their bodies. And it's an incredibly important aspect, but it can also be used artistically. I played a piece with the Greek composer Nicola Tsortsis, and it's a bass clarinet piece called Incompatible 4, which we played at IRCAM this summer. And it's for bass clarinet. And a lot of the piece is incredibly physical, and it's incredibly difficult for the musician. And some of the pedal parts that have to be pressed actually reinforce that aesthetic. He is trying to make the musician uncomfortable to get something out of the musician. A bit like Fernihu in a lot of sense. So there's no single answer to that. It's completely dependent on the aesthetics, compositional, so on and so forth. Personally, I've found that, especially in solistic music, using anything I can get, especially from audio, not from sensors, lets the musicians be much more comfortable. If I'm putting a bunch of wires on them, classical musicians get skeptical.
Yes. Thank you for interesting talk. How do you see? So you talked about either sensors or analytical processes, but how do you see the role of instead using a kind of like a external or extra electronic musician to control these processes? How do you see that in relation to
in what way?
So that there's an active musician controlling these processes instead of either a fixed tape or some automatic processes going on.
Yeah. Again, this is a pretty big question. In general, I do find it better that there's someone controlling the electronics. It also allows the musicians to be a lot more comfortable. Because if we're honest, even I work with Trondheim Sinfonietta, which is one of the oldest contemporary music groups in the area. There is none of them that are comfortable at all if we give them electronics most of the time. So if there's someone there that is used to working with electronics, but that also speaks the same language as the musicians, that we're able to understand each other with terminology, common references, musical references as well, makes a huge difference. And it often allows them to be more comfortable. And that's the most important aspect of it as well. You want them to be comfortable so that they can play as best as they can, because that's an important aspect of the music. Whether it's that sensor or that sensor, I personally couldn't care less, because that sensor is going to be irrelevant in 10 years anyways. That said, there's also the debate of whether people controlling electronics should be on stage or off stage, which is a completely different thing as well. In my personal experience, it has never gone well on stage. mainly because of monitoring issues, so on and so forth. But it depends, of course, on where you're playing, how big the ensemble is, so on and so forth.
I think we have time for one question, and then we have to move on. But if there are burning questions, there's always the lunch and the breaks.
Okay, thanks. Hello, check. Oh yeah. Hi, thanks for the talk. Really interesting, especially from the performer's side. And nice that there are composers who think about our comfort. But maybe I'm going to be really critical because this is a comment. I see Sebastian Berwick's work up there, and I think if I understand his thesis correctly, I don't think you should do that for us. I think it's our job as performers to spend the time to learn the instrument, and if we're stuck and conservatories are stuck in an 18th century model, then they need to reform, not the composers.
It's a double-edged sword as well, though. And one of the big issues I see here is a lot of the composers have, and this is, you're my age pretty much, you're maybe 10 years older or so. For composers our age, there is a big difference because we have more experience with electronics. We know what it entails, we understand that. But then you will often have a composer that, Jonathan Harvey, for example, has no clue about electronics whatsoever. Carl Feja had to do pretty much everything. And later on, Gilbert Nuno. And then they won't necessarily understand how it'll make a musician comfortable and comfortable. And I'm not saying to necessarily always make it easy for the musicians. I'm saying that we have to be aware of it. And we have to be aware of the consequences, both positive and negative. So it's not in a way that we should all write like John Luther Adams. We can write like Brian Fernihu. It doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. But we have to be aware of it. And I do think that's a big part of Sebastian's PhD, actually, because the end of his PhD is basically a manifesto for publishers, composers, and performers of contemporary music with electronics, and how all of us have a lot of elements that we have to get better at.
All right. So thank you so much to Mathieu. And I think we had a great segue here. So the last question becomes the speaker. We'd like to welcome Thomas Moore, who will be talking about the hybrid conductor case study and analysis of Alexander Schubert's point ones. Just a quick changeover, and we'll continue.
That said, actually, Schubert and Thomas is going to talk about that is a perfect example of what I was talking about.
This one here.
So will you be passing it around?
Or I'll just be saying like thanks for talking. Now it's open for questions, and then I'll give it to you. All right?
Okay. Hello, is it on? Oh yeah, okay. Good morning. So back in the summer of 2012, I had an upfront and very personal seat for the premiere of Point Ones for a small ensemble and augmented conductor. I was seated on stage with another ensemble, then a guest. I've since become a member of the group. What was really fascinating about the performance was Dan Janssens, the solo augmented conductor, the tension that his performance created between conducting the live musicians and having to man a virtual instrument. And so I'd like to spend the next 20 minutes and talk a little bit more about that piece. We're going to take a brief look at the score, brief look at my analysis and the methodology thereof. Then I'm going to show you a couple examples in the piece of this balance that the conductor must maintain between the electronics and live musicians. And at the end, we'll dip a little bit into sociology and look at 5 detectable artistic and socioeconomic criteria for utilizing a conductor, specifically in point ones instead of another musician. So this is Don Janssens at the premiere back in 2012. We were all younger then, I know. And this is Peter Matthijnsens on the cello. And if the picture were just a little bit wider, you'd be able to see me to the right of Peter. Don has been augmented on the wrists with 2 augmented Wiimotes. So we have here on top the commercial picture of it. Down there on the bottom of your screen, you see Schubert's own augmentation of the Wiimote. So on a wristband, he's put an accelerometer, and he puts in these wristbands on both the wrists of the conductor. Then using the Bluetooth technology, that goes over to a MacBook, reading using OSCU later to gather the information from the accelerometer. That all then goes to a max patch that then either plays pre-recorded sound, live recorded sound that's then live processed, or some synthesized sound, and then that, of course, hits the PA and then the audience's ears. What's really fascinating to me about this is that this occurs, so the motion detected by the Wiimote and then to the audience's ears essentially happens with, for the audience anyway, 0 to little latency. So there's a direct connection then between the conductor's gestures and the sounds that they create. This seems to be very much in line with the inventor of the Wiimote's intentions for the console itself. He said at the launch, of course, when playing a game, the nearest thing to the player is the controller. The controller should therefore be regarded as an extension of the player rather than part of the console. I always bear in mind the importance of the fact that the player will have far more contact with the controller and the user interface on the console itself. All right, so my research, this research anyway into point ones takes place in a larger project. I'm doing a PhD at the University and Conservatoire of Antwerp in Belgium. And the title of my research is Redefining the Conductor's Role in New Music. So I'm especially looking at the role that conductors take and the influence that composers and artistic directors have on that role. So when I looked at point ones, I of course looked at it through that frame. So I was looking for the different role or different roles that a conductor would play throughout the piece and why Schubert would choose those roles. Schubert has made it quite simple to analyze this piece because every time he changed a role, he inserted a bar line. So that's very convenient for analysis. So I was able to just go measure per measure throughout the piece and assign each measure a specific value based on the role that the conductor plays on that. And I discovered 2 extreme roles. The one is the conventional conductor, so conductor just using normal gestures and normal cueing gestures. And I gave that the label of 1. And the other extreme is when the conductor just forgets about the live musicians and only mans the virtual instrument. And I gave that the label of 5, and numbers 2, 3, and 4 are the gradations between that. I put that all into a chart and then distilled the chart into this bar graph. And the first thing that pops out, at least to me anyway, is that nearly 30% of the piece, or 30% of the measures in the piece, is spent manning only the virtual instruments. The next thing that popped out to me is that less than 20% of the piece is actually conventional conducting. So that means that more than 50% of the piece is spent balancing the live musicians with the live electronics. So it was really interesting to me to see it that way. I experienced it that way on stage, watching Don Janssens do it, but then to actually analyze it and then have it turn out to be the same case was positive reinforcement, let's say. The third thing that really popped out to me is that about 25% of the piece, so in the middle 3, the conductor has equal command of the virtual instrument and the live ensemble. So measures 5 through 9 provide a representative example of such a balance. So let's take a look at them. So what we have here, let me first briefly explain the score. So you see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are all presets. So therefore, the live electronics technician that somebody was mentioning during the question round during Mathieu's discussion, The Schubert requires, besides the musicians on stage and the conductor, requires that there be 2 additional personnel for a performance of point ones. One of those is ubiquitous in contemporary music performance. It's the sound engineer, and the other one is then this live electronics technician. I don't know. Does anybody here have experience with theater or musical theater? Okay, so do you know what the stage manager does or what the deputy stage manager does? They have the score in front of them. That's what the live electronics technician does in this piece. They just make sure that the performance stays on the rails. And they use these numbers to help that. Then we have 4 lines: right hand, left hand, electronics, and instrumentation. These lines are only for the conductor. So the right hand and the left hand are the choreography for the conductor for each hand. The electronics is the electronics that comes out, and the instrumentation is the instrumentation of said electronics. Then we have just the regular instrumentation: the clarinet, piano, guitar, percussion, violin, and cello. Let me quickly demonstrate actually then the choreography for the conductor. So the first 4 measures are just in a simple 4/4 pattern, right? So then we got 3, and then 4, and then we come to measure 5, and we're only supposed to be giving downbeats at this point. So then we have in the left hand a yada-da-da, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, daga-daga-daga-dam. Right, and then we count to 12, and then 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, yep. So, everybody follow? I've performed this piece at least 20 times, so it's all right. The colors in the score are my own markings, so Schubert doesn't use any color in his score, thankfully. There's a lot of information, so if you start adding colors, then these performers like me would go mad. So shown in red here in measures 5 and 9, the conductor cues both the virtual and live percussion parts. In blue, the clarinet and strings, both of them are live. Well, all 3 of them are live. Join the virtual synthesizer with this crescendo motion. Yeah. In measure 12, circled in green, the live piano, guitar, and drums are cued together with the virtual ensemble. So the virtual ensemble and the live ensemble all have this ya-da-da-da-da-da sound. Yeah. And in measure 14, circled in black, the piano has a duet with the synthetic percussion instrument, and the conductor must play the synthetic instrument by shaking his or her hands. Yeah? So in each of these examples cited, the conductor has full control over the timing, duration, and effects of the electronic samples. So meaning the starting and stopping them, and also the crescendos and sonic variations. The conductor also displays the exact timing for the live musicians by deploying conventional conducting techniques and cues their entrances. So these downbeats or these downbeats that are then to the side. She is thus also in full and equal command of the live ensemble's performance. So thus the balance cipher 3 that I gave these measures. Throughout almost the entire piece, the conductor has to switch rapidly between the live ensemble and the live electronics. However, in measure 179, the score is available, I think, online via my paper. She or he can let the live musicians go and step with both feet into the virtual realm. So Schubert has offered the conductor a chance to perform an unmeasured cadenza. So unmeasured, meaning that there's no specific time frame that the conductor has to perform this cadenza within. There's no click track, there's no measures, there's no timing. It can be as long or as short as the conductor so chooses at the moment. Cadenza, do I need to define cadenza? No? Okay, good. So this lack of latency that I talked about in the beginning between movement and audible sounds blurs the line between the synthetically and humanly produced sounds. So I'd like to show you a video recorded performance of this cadenza. This is Enno Poppa with Ensemble Mosaïque. Okay. So what's pretty cool about this is that he's created a cadenza for a conductor, right? So a conductor is normally the facilitator of the music or the transmitter of the music. And in this case, now he's made a soloist out of the conductor. All right, so I'd like to shift gears here now and dip my toes a little bit in sociology. This is Alexander Schubert, or at least a rendering of himself. So we're now going to look at 5 artistic and socioeconomic criteria for utilizing a conductor that I detected in point ones. Schubert grants the conductor a significant amount of space for interpretation in point ones. He writes in the legend accompanying the piece, the length of the measures and the time signatures are not very precise and can be interpreted longer or shorter by the conductor. The piece is not intended to be counted through, as you would do in another piece. The final decision as to which parts traditional conducting will be necessary will be decided during the rehearsals. For rhythmically complex passages, maintaining the indicated tempo and time signatures will be helpful. All right, so despite him having written that in the score, he then goes on to, in the piece, write at least 2 points where there are static soundscapes that the conductor starts and can end whenever he wants. But the length of those soundscapes matches exactly the measures over which it's been written, only when those measures are performed in the tempo indicated by Schubert. So that begs the question, why perform it in any other tempo than what Schubert has written, right? So even though he said that, I've extrapolated that interpretation throughout the entire piece. And I perform it very strictly. I use the measures that he's written, and I perform it in the time that he's written. Okay, that it's always in the moment, so there may be a 64th note or a 32nd note difference in performances, but I'm pretty consistent in my timing. But that's a choice that I've made, and that artistic freedom has been granted or burdened on my shoulders by Alexander Schubert. And he does that with every other performer for this piece. So when Enno Popa performs it, or when Don Janssens performs it, the time of the performance can vary greatly with my own. And so this is a reason specifically to use a conductor for this piece. He uses the artistic input from the specified conductor. There are also 2 improvised solos. We saw one. There's also a measured solo earlier in the piece. And then a little bit also hinting on what Mathieu just talked about, and maybe what my question was getting to as well. This piece, to perform this piece, it goes far beyond what a conventional conductor would need to sorry, interrupted by the time flag. This piece goes far beyond what you would require for a conventional conductor to learn the piece. It's not just about learning the score. You have to learn a new instrument. At home, I have to have all the equipment at home to practice with the patch, with the speakers. So this requires a sort of artistic and substantive input that then again goes beyond the normal conventional requirements. So for these 3 reasons, I think we can determine that the first criteria that Schubert utilized, conductor, is artistic and substantive input of the individual artist. The second criteria that Schubert employs is that he forces the conductor into the subject of point ones. So the conductor's gestures trigger live electronics. Conventional cueing is magnified and simplified. In some cases, I showed you that in measures 5 through 9. We have the 2 long improvised solos. The conductor is in the subtitle of the piece, so that maybe makes it the subject. And I think it's also clearly the composer's intent to focus on the conductor's role as interpreter between the audience, the live musicians, and the live electronics. This seems to be a general trend in Schubert's compositions. So in a piece in 2018, it's called Serious Smile, the musicians' performance gestures, the pianists' gestures, the drummers or the cellists, they become a focus of the piece as they separate from their physical instruments and yet continue to generate sounds thanks to the sensors on their wrists. In a piece in 2015 called Star Me Kitten, for presenter and ad hoc ensemble, the presenter plays the main role in a parody of a lecture on, quote, the relationship between sound and content. The third criterion that I detected in this piece is for economic reasons. So as Paul James, a mathematician, writes, when looked at in a broad sense, the economy is defined as a social domain that emphasizes the practices, discourses, and material expressions associated with the production, use, and management of resources. So there's a tradition of conducted new music ensembles, right? The practices, discourses, and material expressions of such an ensemble would include the relationship between the musicians and the conductor, so two of its resources. This relationship is defined by certain key words and key gestures. For example, as Paul Verhagen explains it in his book, Identity, within a group of musicians, when one suggests that the music should be more agitato, or when a conductor prepares and gives a downbeat, all those present would then comprehend. Right? Without this tradition and the group's universally recognizable key words and gestures, point ones would be meaningless. It relies on the audience's understanding that there is a traditional relationship between cue giver and cue followers. In this sense, the economic utilization of a conductor by the composer is present and detectable in point ones. The fourth criteria I like to call audience perception. So during a performance of point ones, the audience can perceive a link between gestures and sound, definitely between the live musicians and the live conductor. And there's definitely a link between downbeats and the fact that the drummer plays. But I think especially during the cadenza, I think we all saw that with Enno Popo, you can draw a link between the gestures that he was making and the sounds that were occurring. So again, let's take a look at the beginning of the piece, this time in video form. This is Don Janssens premiering the piece with Nader Ensemble at the Darmstadt Vereenkeuze für Neue Musik. He shakes a little bit less. All right, so here we saw measures 1 through 12, and they offer a clear introduction to the role of the conductor throughout this piece. So in the first 4 measures, we saw the conductor fulfilling the conventional role using key gestures to show the 4/4 measure and the indicated time and the musical intensity. And then measure 5 through 12, like we saw at the beginning, the conductor switches rapidly but perceivably between serving as the trigger for the live electronics and his or her functional role conducting the live musicians while simultaneously triggering the virtual ensemble. So for these reasons, I think it's demonstrable that the composer has utilized the conductor to enhance the audience perception of the live electronics. By having the conductor trigger and cue both ensembles, it can also be argued that the composer has intentionally drawn even more attention than usual to the conductor's gestures. The fifth and final, I think hopefully I still have time for this, I like to call movement repertoire. The presence of the conductor in point ones is no secondary phenomenon of the music. I think I've shown that now. Recognizable and conventional conductor's movement repertoire is a central theme of the piece, and it's ubiquitous throughout the whole. So a trained conductor is utilized for the visually apparent conventional key gestures associated with that role. Schubert ensures that the universally recognizable conductor's movement repertoire and key gestures become central to his piece by attaching user interfaces, the 2 Wiimotes, to the conductor's wrists. This movement repertoire is literally mapped live, and gestures themselves have become artistic stimuli. So this differs from fixed media where you'd need a click track, and hopefully if everything goes right, you don't need a secondary technician to trigger the electronics. Do I have time to sum everything up? Or do we want to go to questions right away?
I think we should move to questions.
Okay.
We're running a little bit.
Okay. So thanks a lot. I'll put my summary up there just in case. So voila, and you can see my summary, and then we can go from there.
All right, let's start with a question in the back.
Thank you. This was fascinating. One question, since you kind of talk about conductor all the time, right? And it's a title as well. Have you reflected more on kind of the difference between being a conductor and a performer on stage here? Because obviously that's the point here. I'm playing with the conductor moving into being really a performer, a musician.
Yes, I have reflected on that. Let me see if I can answer that succinctly. To be honest, I don't think there's a moment. Okay, so when one takes on the mantle of conductor, right, or takes on the mantle of programmer or whatever, we're playing a role. Period. The question is then: is that role always a performer, or does that role have multiple facades? I guess that's the question, right? Yes, that role has a rehearsal facade, and that role has a performance facade. And the difference in this is that the role is in Schubert, in this piece, and there are other pieces as well in my study, but specifically in this piece, the conductor makes a transition from a facilitator to a soloist throughout the piece. But I would say that in both instances, the person who takes on the mantle of conductor in this piece is always a performer.
Thanks for the fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Since you're from Nadar and you work both as musician and conductor, you guys have played music by Schubert, Stefan Prince, but also Pierre Jodlowski or will play. All of these composers have incredibly strong aesthetics in their use of electronics and also in their use of the conductor and how to play around with that. How do you feel that influences you guys both as a musician and a conductor compared to, say, the more traditional mixed repertoire of Sarajevo or whoever else?
That's a good question. So within our ensemble, we have not our ensemble is what he was talking about. We have a philosophy of all being multi-instrumentalists. And we all have the philosophy of being the rehearsalists. So that doesn't mean we're democratic. But by far, we're not democratic. We're more a benevolent dictatorship. But we have multiple people who conduct according to their own abilities or capacities, maybe is the best word. So how does this affect when we perform more traditional music? We have a summer course when we work with younger musicians as well. And there we perform music that is outside our normal aesthetic. And then the conductor definitely takes on the more conventional role of being a teacher and a conductor. In the music by Stefan Prince or Schubert, it's much more like being a member of a chamber ensemble. However, and this is something that's I keep coming across within my own research, certain things stick. So if you're a conductor for that specific rehearsal, you are expected to run the rehearsal. So it doesn't mean that you get to pick the amount of time, that rehearsal length, but you are expected to run the rehearsal. So that hasn't changed. I hope that answers the question.
All right. Yeah, I'm really sorry, but we're running a little bit behind time, so we have to move on. Keep the question in mind and ask it in the break that comes after the following talk, which will be by Øyvind Brandtzæg and Axel Tiedemann, talking about shape, an adaptive musical interface that optimizes the correlation between gesture and sound. And one more applause for Thomas Moore. Right.
Okay. Let's see. You can hear me? Good. We will be talking about an instrument that we have been working on this winter. It was finished last Wednesday. So if anything breaks, I tested it over there before setting up now, and everything fell apart. So bear with us in that case. The idea, we call this shape, and We had an earlier collaboration called Self, so we sort of tend to stick with these kind of short names. It comes from, I mean, I worked with gesture control and interactive dance in the 90s, and thinking from there, what's the semantic of a gesture? Sort of the hot dream then was to, for me at least, was to translate movement into sound and make it in a true way, to sort of capture the qualities of the movement, not by doing any kind of random mapping. Back then, I didn't succeed in that, so I started exploring other paths. And then another background for this project is Axel's work. You have a mic?
This was my PhD. I did, so I come from the computer science department here at NTNU, and I was very interested in neural networks and their ability to imitate human behavior, basically. So I made this simulated artificial robot that would learn drum patterns from a real drummer, and these markings are fluorescent that will be picked up by infrared cameras, which could then be used to train a simulated robot drummer that would look and sound the same. And these are basically some of the results, so showing that it's able to learn the human quality, so to say.
Also the errors.
The errors or being human, depending on your point of view, basically.
Then we collaborated a few years back making a robot called Self, which was, I mean, it's a conversation robot. The new thing about it is that it started out with no prior knowledge, no glossary, no rules, no nothing, and we would have to learn everything from scratch. So there was an insight into the learning process in that piece. Another thing that feeds into the current project is the recent research that we did here at NTNU on cross-adaptive processing, using feature extraction on one sound to control timbral modulation of another sound by means of piping these feature extraction signals into control signals for a common DAW or sound processor. One thing to mention about this is in analyzing perceptual features, the music information retrieval methods doesn't always work perfectly because they are mathematically sound, but they don't always correspond to how we perceive sound. So in that process, we have done a lot of fine-tuning to sort of try to make these analysis match more closely. Then we are about to do the dangerous thing of trying to demonstrate this for you, and we will start from blank. The instrument will know nothing. We will, okay, yeah, short thing about the concept first. So to take any input to any output, as we have seen more commonly now in other projects as well, it doesn't matter how many sensors or what kind of sensors you have, and it doesn't matter what instrument you have, this should just work. So, oops, didn't someone do this like 10 years ago? But what we're trying to do a little bit differently now is to do the correlation, and this comes back to the semantic of the movement that I sort of attempted to do in the 90s also, to do feature analysis of the gestural data, and then feature analysis of what's coming out of the synthesizer after this thing is up and running, and then try to find the best way to optimize the correlation between these, and then use that suggestion to train the network that does the mapping. So that's the general idea. Okay, just a brief schematic of how the program works, and then I will try to make it run while Axel explains more of the details. We have a sensor here, the Mayo armband. It keeps quitting on me, so we hope it stays alive. We record some gesture. Then we feed that to the sort of correlator suggestion and module, which has a copy of the synth, and it runs as fast as it can, testing out many combinations of using that gesture to create sound. It sorts them and gives us back some suggestions that are displayed in a web page. Then we have to select the ones that we like. which is currently a weak point. We could do that better. Then we set it into play mode, and so that correlator suggestions are used to train the model that will then do the actual mapping. Then we go into play mode. We send the sensor data directly to the AI, to the machine network, and then back to the synthesizer, which is running as a VST in a regular production environment. Yes.
So one of our goals by doing this was basically to have an instrument that will learn from you, and you're not required to do any kind of definition of mapping whatsoever. What you will, of course, have to set up is just the synthesizer has these amounts of parameters, but you don't really have to know what they are or what they do. So the whole point is then that the system will then suggest things, sounds that will in some way correspond to your gestural features. And you might say, well, this sounds a bit random and there can be a lot of suggestions, and that's actually very true. So when you run it, it will make a lot of these different suggestions, and that's what it's doing actually right now. And you will then basically have to select which ones you think resemble the most. So here's an example of that. This is what the gesture looked like, and then you would select. Does this?
Sorry.
Am I happy with that? You will think, and you think, no, I will look at another suggestion.
But actually, my gesture here sort of fell out of the bottom range, I see. So that might also influence. Let's say for the case of example, we like this, even though maybe you don't.
Yes, so this is of course hours and hours of endless fun, because it will generate like a lot of examples. And
Number one.
but we sort them on a simple similarity metric, which is basically the mean squared error between the audio features and the gestural features, and we just pick the ones that are the most similar for each of the input gestures. So this is, of course, a very crude approximation, because you can get something that is very similar in one domain, but which is completely dissimilar in another. But what our thought behind it was, it would just enables us to have some way of first of all ranking these suggestions, so they're not all completely presented at random, and also you would then somehow see maybe a way of how your gestures can be transformed into sound.
Let's try this one. Sorry, no, it was not so dissimilar from the other one. This one looks crazy. Okay. One thing that we actually thought about here was to disable pitch as a parameter, because, I mean, it turns into these quite silly mappings. But for just to demonstrate it here, it still might make sense. Try to not hear the silliness of that.
So now that it's been demonstrated, we have selected two songs made to gesture to synthesize parameter mappings. It now trains a neural network that's able to learn these and then to predict what will be the synthesis parameters for each sample. So given that this computer, although not very new, is still fast enough to run this in real time, because it samples at 15 hertz, and one inference through the convolutional neural networks takes 40 milliseconds. So you're just in time to have this running as a real-time system.
I just see that the classification seems to not be. Oh, that's why. Well, okay, so classification confidence is down here for those two gestures. I don't know if you can see those numbers. Now, when I'm waving clockwise, it says pretty sure it's the first gesture. And when I'm waving anti-clockwise, it's pretty sure it's the second gesture. I think, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And then the mappings that we chose will be associated with the gesture. So it's classification and regression at the same time. And now we pipe these numbers to an open song control bridge going into Reaper. Where are you? Here, where we have a synthesizer. It could be any VST, but I've written one especially for this, which sounds like that. I don't think it was a huge difference in mapping. So let's try to train it with another gesture, one more gesture, to see if we can make it do anything more useful. So let's record this. And then you can see in the background, it keeps making suggestions.
So this is all parallelized code. So if you like to run it on your laptop, the more machines, the faster everything here will go, basically.
It should have something more crazy, I would hope. Let's take that one. Should be different. Here, number 3. How are we doing for time?
2.5 minutes.
Okay, good. Then we have selected, and then everything should be up and running, shouldn't it, Axel?
Yes. So for each time a new gesture is trained, it will have to reiterate the training process.
Put it in play mode. Okay, we changed, yeah. I turned this down a little bit. So what I intend to show you now is that this gesture has one mapping, this gesture has another mapping, and that this just works. And that's sort of that fact more than anything else is where we're at now, and we were hoping to take this step with the gestural correlation a step further to see where we can go with that. Yeah, I think that's it. And we are eager to get your input, suggestions, like how could we develop this better, further.
Thank you. This is interesting. I just one question, since you had the Mayo there, now you're only using the XYZ, right? The accelerometer on this. Is there a reason why you didn't use also the muscle sensors on this, or how scalable is the system that you have developed now to also include that?
Yes, we use pitch roll now in the beginning to more as a thing of having an intuitive understanding of the signals that we feed in and to see what we're getting out. And we tried running it also with the EMGs and everything. And the EMGs are more noisy, so we have to think a little bit about how to treat them. I mean, there's no actual problem of just putting them in there, but sort of trying to follow up on how, I mean, even though the gestural recognition that comes with the Mayo is sort of flawed, but it has some nice things that you can sort of do these finger gestures. So it would be interesting to follow up on that.
Yeah, technically there's no limitation in you can have as many dimensions of your input signal as you'd like, basically.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. I wonder about the variability of gestures also. So what is possible from the variability? So you could think of maybe a vocabulary of gestures and try to learn these gestures and then to make this cross adaptive machine learning process, or yeah, so this is my question. So how far can you go with this Mio from gestural? Can you make, is it also, does it react also on distance if you move, or is it just the muscles and the X and the Epsilon X you can measure?
Well, this sensor has more opportunities than what we are using right now.
Yeah.
So, and there are other people who are brilliant experts on this sensor technology, which we are not. We're merely using it as a way to demonstrate the system that we connected to. But I do agree when we use it in the way that we use it now. So we have like X, Y, Z, and this rotation. Then it is a limited range of gestures. So you can do this, you can do that, and you can do that, and maybe punch or something. But it's not. We need the other sensors to expand on the expressivity of these gestures, I think.
Yes, for example, distance measuring or things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we developed the system, we had a lot of offline gestures that we just created by mathematical functions. And we could see it would be easily to have 10 or 20 of those. The only problem is that the Mayo can sometimes be a bit more noisy, and we would have to discover more the uniqueness of the gestures, because if they are very similar, it will be harder for the machine learning algorithm also to discern between them. But if you program them, want to be a spiral and want to be counterclockwise circle and want to be a line and all that, it's very capable of separating between them.
Gestures.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to follow up on that, because I think with these inertial sensors, it's not just the shape that's determining the signal that you get out of it, but also the speed and sort of the controlledness, or whether you do it loose. I mean, there's a lot more parameters than just sort of the shape that you create. So perhaps for that, I mean, the Laban sort of concepts of movement qualities can be useful to look more into that. So that's my comment on the previous question. I actually had another question, because you're using a convolutional neural network, if I understood it right. So one thing with neural networks, I think, is that at some point, like, you can't put more information in it. So there's a limit as to how many gestures, depending on the size of the network, how many gestures it can recognize. Do you have any sort of experience with that already? Like, when do you run out, or what is the max? Or
that is a very good question, and that was something I was touched upon in the last answer also. So we never experienced how to saturate this completely, but as I said, when we did the offline experiments with using mathematically generated gestures, it would be no problem to have 10 to 20 or more. But of course, in a live setting, this is different. But in general, when you have a model that has hundreds of thousands of parameters, it's not that impossible to have quite a few. I would think, just off the top of my head, I would think more than 100 would be hard, for instance. But I think also that would maybe approach the limit of how many gestures you would be able to use in a performance setting also. And regarding your previous comment, timing is also an important part here, because since it's a convolutional neural network, it will have like a tail of signals, and if you're moving slowly, that signal will look different compared to when you're moving quickly. So that's also already incorporated.
Thank you. This is way beyond my technical capacity, but I was wondering, would it be possible to combine your project with the drum, which was motion capture or something, as I understand it, with this? Because then that would sort of come back to this, that if you combine those two tools of muscular sensor and then motion capture, then you could actually work with distance and space and have more variables. I don't know.
Yes. This is actually just plugging it in there. So all the sensors that you can use, you just say, I have these many signals, and you just tell the system that's how many you wanna use. So that's relatively straightforward.
Okay. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I see a lot of coffee in the back, and we're kind of already running into the break. So let's take around a 10-minute break to get some refreshments, and we'll be back with another round of presentations. Right, thank you. Hello. All right, so I hope everybody has gotten some coffee and discussion going. Let's all move back and continue the presentations. So hopefully most of you have been to the concert last night where Franziska Baumann did an amazing performance using voice and electronics. And today she's going to talk about the Echo I Touch, D and embodiment in spatial vocal performance art. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for hosting me and my questions and applications. So I will not perform today because I performed yesterday, so we had enough sounds. So I really would like to focus on my research questions. I'm about, together with Kati Fanek and Teresa Carrasco from the University of Arts in Bern, to make an application for a research project for gesture composition. So we are not in the research yet, but we are about to shape and to damp down our questions into a research project. And also I have a commission to write a book about my work from Springer in London. And so it takes me some time also to figure out how I want what could be interesting also for others to read about this subject. So my interest focuses gesture composition in the context of the embodiment in spatial vocal performance art. And I'm a singer, composer, performer, so it comes really from an artistic perspective. And I would like to initiate a conversation about the possibility of developing a theory that takes into account the multi-layered aspects of meaning making in mapping strategies by means of gestural communication via sensor interface. When using an interface to sculpt vocal sounds with gestures, an expanded field of vocal art performance opens up with the potential to reveal a multitude of vocal extensions and compositional strategies that questions the relationship between body, the gesture, and sound as we know. The boundaries between the human voice on the one hand and the electronically manipulated and in real-time controlled but yet disembodied voice on the other became increasingly blurred. Through this practice, a hybrid in the aesthetic emerges. Motion sequences which are visible can add an additional meaning in the sound creation. The gestural communication can serve the understanding, but can also contrast it, put it in a different light, or even create a false conclusion. In this hybrid field, I would like to reflect on aspects of meaning making, especially, as I said, in gesture composition, in spatialized vocal processes of embodied and disembodied voice, and to develop a conceptual framework to provide for vocalists, composers, musicians, musicologists, composers, programmers. And there I'm also interested to include maybe machine learning, like I saw so many propositions during these days. So my research is based on findings from 2 decades of practice-based experimentation as a singer with gesture-based sensor electronics. So I started to work with Sensor Glove 2001. I had an artist residency at the time. I was looking for a solution to embed all my compositional practice with electroacoustic recordings and electronic processed voice on stage without being tied on faders and knobs, to have an expressive possibility to perform. So this first sensor glove was based on Sensor Lab. That was one of the first programs for sensors, which was developed by Michel Weisfisch and Frank Baldet. And yeah, I used that for several things, also inside specific projects, outside. I used it together with speakers, dress speakers, speakers in dresses, so for several projects. And then with the years, the possible amount of processed data could be realized on smaller and smaller chips. So it was possible to realize the former Sensor Lab application on one small Arduino chip. And in 2016, the live electronic equipment has been completely new built from the bottom by Bern-based electro engineer Andreas Litmanovic and Arduino programmer Stefan Rote. If I had to wear additional 2 times Sensor Lab glove, a belt with a lot of boxes, it became now possible to fix sensors and all electronic parts in the sensor glove itself. This allows me to switch more flexibly between myself as an acoustic singer and a singer with live electronics. And another advantage of the new application is that now with the new equipment, I can independently compose gesture variabilities coupled to the sound processes. I'm not a programmer, so with the old equipment, I had always to compose new ideas of gesture composition because it was on C++. And Junction, I work now with Junction, has the same idea like the Sensor Lab and is an incredible, powerful mapping machine, mapping programming program. And this was possible for me now to really map gestures with sound control myself. And then I augmented at the ICST in Zurich. I had a residency there from multi-channel to ambisonic. So it was possible to combine gestures with spatial aspects. So to record special gestures, spatially expressed gestures in the room. So I explored this. And we have already discussed a lot about the interface as a black box. So how to create meaningful relation between sensor data into musical mapping. And the mapping machine forced the performer consciously opt for an artistic decision concerning relationship between gesture, sound production and control. Whether a poker-faced musician with a laptop generates high energetic music or a performer stages imaginary sound ballet by using sensors, the connection between gesture and sound no longer reveals itself to the audience through the surface. Then the other thing is that the sensor glove itself creates an aura that creates certain expectations. So the visual appearance creates affordances of inherent purposes, expected function and intention of the object itself. So whether if you have a Mio or we have a sensor glove or a ball like I had yesterday or motion tracking. So each interface has also prop characteristics. And then it's also interesting if the sensor interface is more an instrument or medial body extension. And for me, this depends on the characteristics of gestures and relating sound processes during a performance. So the sensor glove can oscillate between instrument and body extension. As an object with its visual appearance, it may refer instrumental character or medial extension of the body. When I use more instrumental gestures like stroking or plugging or drumming, then it's more like an instrument. But if I add more like meaning gestures so then it's more an extension of the body. That's this. So yes, so this, and then can also, so I made a kind of kinesthetic references, so the relationship between gesture, sound, and sound production and control. Then additionally, it could also be from the dancers, just an idea of geometric gestures, or then the choreographic game, quasi-logical contents that are broken and contrasted again and again. Then the sensors themselves have, to a certain extent, specific characteristics, and their respective expressiveness ask for certain gestures. For example, with an accelerator, it may be difficult to initiate precise controlling over a continuous linear parameterization. As this sensor measures acceleration, it is better suited to hit something or switch off and on with gestures, whereas, for example, with an ultrasonic sensor, one can measure something precisely within a linear distance. So I did this also yesterday. I used the ultrasonic in combination also with gyroscope, for example. So that's my experience, that so I automatically, if I want to map something, I have the expressiveness of the sensor in mind and use different sensors for what I want to map. So then the voice is a special case. It provides us with our most physical instrument without an external interface, while instruments are always used as a medial extension of the body. The acousmatic and spatialized voice opens up a more radical vocality than that of the acoustic voice alone. The voice decoupled from the body, from the person, could also be seen as a new imaginary persona. The performer lends his or her body to the voices released into space. These voices are not only a sound emission of the performer's body. These disembodied voices may produce an imaginary body, a vocal double, meaning bodiless voices in the room invite the listener to conjure up various imaginary bodies. And these imaginary bodies can act as invocations brought to life by certain attitudes, gestures, facial expressions, hand, arm, and shoulder movements, as well as by the acoustic gestures that go beyond images and visible attitudes. It's a virtual experience in which the vocal bodies created, respectively the echo of my own voice, I can touch again in space. So we know this mapping machine. This is mapping machine models. It's nothing new. But then it might be interesting. What I think also is, in the sense, I would like to claim that in interactive interface performance, a combination of third person, I mean the disembodied voice, the imaginary vocal sounding body of the disembodied voices, and the first person, respectively myself as a singer, is a possibility to reveal the position between body and sound. And the second person perspective would then be the relationship of me as a singer to the vocal body that is created in virtual space. So all this affect, high intense affect space of in between, which is modulated through gestural control, is, I look at it like a second person, or this is the communication space. And this is done by composing gestures which locate my own body and gesture movement in the environment, so that I understand the vocal sound objects and their movements in space quasi-physically as the action of a counterpoint. This ego-you relationship may provide a framework for gesture as a communicative act or act of social interaction, entertainment, and intentionality. In the myths, we know disembodied voices such as those of Sibyllin, Sphinx, Narcissus, and Echo in imaginary bodies can act as invocations brought to life by this communicative acts of gestures. So how do I go to the next? Doesn't work anymore here. Sorry, I lost it. How is it working? So I'm aiming for vocabulary for mapping strategies of gesture composition for vocal-assisted life electronics. And the question is how to bridge the gap between aesthetic and technology and establishing a vocabulary. Is there a possibly hierarchy of different layers in this hybrid system of high individual tools and elements? Can we evaluate questions about qualities of gestures in order to use algorithms to play with? Machine learning or artificial intelligence, what is it looking at and what is it doing with? How can we combine this with qualities of gestures? So my aim is to evaluate methods, what I was thinking so far, maybe there are other ones, to evaluate mapping strategies by myself, of course, with sensor glove, smart ball, and other props in ambisonic and multi-channel environments. And to do interviews with vocalists and with gesture-based live electronics, and to offer workshops with vocalists, for example, to take an idea with different tools or same tool with different ideas. And then, of course, it's always related to artistic issues, artistic topics. So to create some compositions which have a specific questionnaire on mapping strategies for disembodied voices. It could also be in our everyday, we also have a lot of disembodied voices. I mean, it started with the telephone and recording of voices, but now we also have Alexa and Siri, or the shamanic tradition, telling the truth of the bodiless, embodying them and let them come to life, making them living again. Metamorphosis of figures between the real and the unreal. So, and just to end, I have some references. Unfortunately, not a lot in English because I'm coming from Switzerland, and so I'm German-based. So I have a lot of books from that are not translated in English yet, but it exists already a lot of books about this subject of vocal intensity, of voice and space, disembodied voice. Also vocal performance art as a gender praxis, then sound without body. Then one book I can recommend also for a lot of others, it's The Digital Score from Craig Ware. He looks, for example, as a digital score, not as a place of documentation, but as a place of creativity. So he had he made a very nice framework of the digital score, and also collecting a lot of artists' work and describing them. So it's also very well, might be also very interesting for other subjects to read this. Yeah, so this is about what my research is, and as I told, I'm about to just collect ideas and to damp down all my ideas to a certain direction where I could start a research project. So any inputs and comments are very welcome from your side.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Let's open up.
Thanks for a very interesting presentation, and I'm really looking forward to this research. Maybe some references I can give. One is
I should have something to write, maybe. Or?
Well, there's the live stream which will record it.
Okay.
So that was my strategy. So one is the thesis work from Andy Otto. You might know.
Yes, I know
he
him.
did research on all the instruments that were developed at STIME. That's also in German. Apology. It's a pity that that's not translated yet to reach a wider audience. And another sort of reference, Donna Hewitt, she did a study of, she presented this at the NIME in 2003. She did a study of how singers interact with their microphone stands as gestures. And that was quite extensive research looking at a lot of videos from different genres of music, just looking at how vocalists interact with their microphone stands. And I thought that was also really interesting to analyze these gestures.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So,
Thank you very much for the presentation and also for the performance last night. Very, very nice work. I have a comment and perhaps a question about the comment is you're talking about the disembodied voice, which to me it seems very strange because I guess from my perspective I would more have called it a mediated voice in the sense that I guess what you're talking about is when the voice is going through some kind of technology and coming out on the other side. Because I guess it depends on which perspective you're taking, but at least from also the perspective of a perceiver or someone experiencing this, a voice is perhaps the most embodied sound that exists, in the sense that you can hear that there is some kind of vocal quality to it. So for that, I would really recommend also looking into the work of Nina Sun Eidsheim, who has been writing about the vocal apparatus also as an instrument, and not from a technological perspective, but still also in some of the thinking about the voice there. But I can also send you some other references.
Yeah, with great pleasure. Yeah, it's also the question what the disembodied voice makes with the recipient, and that's all. It creates an imaginary image, or it depends on the recipient, and that's why I thought of the disembodied voice like an imaginary phantom or figure also. Yeah, but it's good to think also about mediated voice. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful performance yesterday and very nice and interesting presentation. I just thought if you knew about the work of Andreas Bergsland, who's sitting there, you could talk with him later, but he wrote a PhD about how we experience voice in acousmatic music, and he breaks down, the audience experience of voice into several domains. So when do we recognize the voice as voice?
Okay.
What domains? And I just thought, and that's really interesting, but I just thought about when you speak about movements, the instrumental movement and the more meaningful movement. And I thought this way of breaking down it, okay, what is the difference, and how do we experience the movement as instrumental, and what does it take to so in a way, because it's in his work is just pointing out these different domains of experience, and maybe that could be something that you could transfer to the experience of gestures as well.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I go? I have a really great presentation. Thanks. Such a good summary of many of the issues. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about what you mean by second person.
Yeah, the second person, it means it's we call it in German the you. So first is I, you, and he or she. So the you is something in between. So it means if I say you are there and I'm also here. So, and this in between, I mean this whole in between affordance of this in between space between the mediated or disembodied voice and the acoustic voice of my body. And I see this second person, or it's not a person in that way, but it's the communicative aspect of me and he or she.
Are you thinking of the computer as the you?
No, the gesture.
The gesture.
The gesture, exactly, yeah. The you is the gesture and the way I articulate the whole relation between the she, he, and me. Yeah.
Thank you for the great and interesting presentation. I have a few references that might be useful for you. The opera Kein Licht by Manoury, based on Jelinek, would be most probably very relevant for you. L'Air du Désir of Jodorowsky, which is also out on DVD, is probably quite interesting, as well as Georges Aspergy has written a lot with vocal interaction and electronics. And I would also name Tone Ossa with Trondheim Voices is very relevant for a lot of stuff there.
Yes, I have to get to know more about them. Yeah.
And Olga Neuwirth, I believe, has done.
Olga Neuwirth,
yeah. Might be relevant for you as well.
Yes.
And there was a book that came out about 2 years ago about voice and electroacoustic music as well.
Oh, really? Yeah.
In English.
And Apergus, you mean which piece specifically? I mean, I know there are so many.
Yeah, Machination and a lot of his theater stuff is probably super interesting for you.
Yes, thank you.
And Philippe Leroux as well, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for your presentation and a fantastically rich and complex performance yesterday. So just a comment on, you were looking for a connection between aesthetics and technology. So I was just thinking it's, well, after your performance yesterday, it's kind of two different approaches to that as I see it. And in one approach, you kind of display the technology and you let kind of the audience in on, okay, here I have all these technologies doing all these things. But you could also do the other approach. You could kind of hide it away and then it's like more like magic. Stuff just happens. And for me, that's kind of also defines from an audience perspective. You were talking about others. I mean, vocal personas.
Yes.
So if I were to kind of strengthen that, I would kind of perhaps chosen to hide away the technology and then to create this more of a imaginary kind of scene, and whereas the other aesthetics would make me experience this as, okay, this is technology doing work, here is kind of musical stuff happening and it's all in your control. So it's kind of two different approaches to it. In my view, it affects how you experience it. So yeah, that's something you can.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting input. I haven't thought about it like that, because yeah, as you say, now I see it. It's more a hybrid. I mean, in between technology, or sometimes it's not so strong there. But then it's a question what kind of technology to choose to hide it completely. Have you any suggestion?
Well, of course, I mean, you could put all these sensors underneath clothing. That's, I mean, that
okay.
yeah, I mean, but then again, I mean, it depends what you want the audience to experience. And if you want the audience to kind of experience that kind of things just happen, then you will perhaps also lose, like we talked a little bit about after Maria's talk, that you will lose the sense that this is something that the performer is doing. So it's kind of a trade-off, perhaps.
Yeah.
That if you don't see any technology, then I mean, it might as well have been pre-recorded or in some way. Of course, if you can recognize that there are some phrases from things you've done earlier, of course, you would. It would imply that this is actually happening real time, but yeah.
Yeah, then it also can be perceived as if a technician would sit somewhere behind and do
precisely.
everything. Yeah.
So it's kind of, I see those two, I mean, technology and aesthetics as they kind of entangled.
Very interesting. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, I think one last question.
A quick response to exactly this issue, because that becomes a feminist issue, because often as a female working with technology, what we do is ascribed to male technicians. And it's such a joy to see a composer performer in control of what is happening technologically, and very visibly so. So I'm just saying there are also political aspects to those choices.
All right, thank you. And with this comment, we're gonna move on to Stian Vesterhus. Applause.
Thank you.
Right. Right. So Stian Vesterhus will be talking about transcending the interface. So give a round of applause.
Thank you. Not only have I become so old I need glasses, but I've never worn one of these before. So glasses and this, which is probably going to be too much for me. We'll see. Okay, great. It's not working? Okay. It's probably my fault. There we go. Almost. Yeah, we get a strobe effect. That's always a good sign. Thank you again to all the presenters and performers at this festival. It's fantastic to be here and witness all these thoughts about what you do and the interfaces and the processes. I thought I would share, and thinking about this, I've been listening to all these really interesting presentations with the advanced technology and the advanced insights into use of that technology. I thought I would share the opposite of it, which makes me, how should I say it? Well, we'll see. I'll share some of my research. I'm a research fellow. My name is Stian Vesterhus, and I play the guitar, and I sing, and I improvise, and I compose. And in 2016, I started my artistic research project here at NTNU called The Shape of Concerts to Come. Within the project, I wanted to explore the musical meaning of the instrument in my improvisational and compositional practice. And throughout my musical career, I've done hundreds of solo and ensemble concerts, and considered the concert setting in a club on stage with a full-scale PA system to be the integral part of this large instrument. The actual act of playing the concert had become so tightly connected to the improvisational practice that I found it hard to play otherwise, and I wondered if it was at all possible to detach it, change it, and to see what any practical changes done to the instrument as a whole might give musically. The research question and strategy, I must say, was a typical one with a focus on the tangible elements of music and technology. Take what you know and try to change it, see what kind of difference it makes. At this point, I should note that I by no means felt that my instrument was of any hindrance to me in the act of playing these said concerts. And in fact, I have felt incredibly empowered by the sheer force and dynamic and expressive capability of my extended instrument. So why did I feel the urge to change it? Well, about a year into my research, I realized I didn't. In fact, it became a contradiction. Throughout my entire career, I've drawn a hard line for myself when it comes to electronics and extensions to the instrument. Yes, I've utilized bucket loads of electronics to extend the range and dynamic flexibility. And I have certainly used electronics to magnify extended techniques, which would otherwise be impossible to use in a musical setting. But I have continually asked myself whether the electronics I used were a necessity for the way I wish to play, or if the effects in themselves were generatives, as in some might spell out a musical landscape I can only take part in, or even create their own music and expression where my role would be more of that to control it. If the latter was the case, I would remove them in order to take back control of the instrument. I tend to think of my instrument and the act of playing the instrument to be something like this. In the core, the mind, the ability to play without playing, to hear and improvise music in much the same way as I do with the instrument in a performance setting, but without the instrument. To fully engage in the music without an output at all. Already here, we might start to see where the contradictions loom. Secondly, acoustic instrumental proficiency. This refers to the technical ability to be so well connected to the instrument's sound generators, in my case mainly strings in one way or another, or its touch interface, as we might call it in this setting, that the interface in itself is of no hindrance to the player for producing the sounds that are possible and are, at the best of times, directly connected to the emotional expressivity of the mind. The sound of a single pluck of a string draws from thousands of factors, which is built up through thousands of hours of practice and the proficiency not only to be able to play, but to acknowledge the capabilities of the instrument's inherent expressiveness. And to be at one with this expressive capability is all within this onion's layer. Next to the outer ring, it reads electric instrumental capability and control. This is where a physical acoustic instrument meets the electronics. In my case, this is a guitar connected to the amplification without any other electronics. The sound is amplified to such a volume that the acoustic possibilities within the instrument changes. Resonances, sustained frequencies, and the interplay of feedback, and not only as loud howls of uncontrolled noise, but to the subtle resonating feedback in the strings, the bodily resonance of the wood, the proximity effect of certain ways of playing the strings are just some of the many aspects amplification adds to the previous layer of acoustic instrumental proficiency. And then we haven't even touched upon the technical aspects, such as gain staging, frequency linearity, or volume, that all play into the abilities of maximizing the instrumental's expressive potential and controllability. As with the second layer, the acknowledgement of these layers' factors should be emphasized. The outer ring reads assistive technology. And from the subtle analog overdrive that slightly compresses certain frequencies when pushed hard to the digital effects that can interconnect in complex ways in software. These are additional tools to the instrument, and used correctly, they become an integral part of the instrument in the same way as amplification amplifies the acoustic potential. The assistive technology amplifies or makes possible, if you wish, the next step of capability. It is the electric motor in the bicycle, or in its own it is useless, but interconnected to the already fully ended potential of the bicycle is not only becomes valuable in its own right, but the potential in itself is of much greater value as a whole. The bicycle is an instrument for getting you from A to B faster than walking based on your legs' muscular capability. The bicycle lets you insert your muscular potential, multiplies it by using gears and wheels, and in short, gets you home in time. The electric motor takes that same potential and extends it by helping you turn the pedals when your own potential isn't really cutting it and the going gets tough. But extending the potential also makes new things possible, like cycling up a steep hill you wouldn't even bear walking the cycle up with your kids on the back, rucksack full of food whilst talking on the phone to your wife and not breaking a sweat. Great potential, great assistive technology takes that potential and multiplies it. Now, since we are at this image of the sleep-deprived father who, after extending his own genetic potential in the past few years, has picked up his kids from school and kindergarten, let's back up to this idea of generatives in the outer ring. When I say I've tried to steer away from assistive technology that dictates the music to an extent I find obtrusive, this would be calling this father's transportation vehicle a bicycle when he was clearly driving a car. Not that I don't respect fathers who pick up their loved ones in cars or motorcycles for that matter. I would find it strange to see the same man in cycling wear, pretending to be riding a bicycle, whilst getting into his BMW. It would be the same thing, of course. He would get from A to B, but the potential that started out with his muscular strength isn't utilized in his car. It's a different thing. Every single slice of the onion has an interface, of course, and the assistive technology needs an interface to be controlled and modified. The amplification, the same. The guitar is in its own right an acoustic interface for sound creation. But what about the mind? Because where does this music come from? From the instrument? Is it a creation of the mind, or is it even the same as the mind? Can the mind be seen as an interface for the instrument? I recently released a new solo album, and I was asked in an interview last week, what is channeled when you improvise, and from where? It was a puzzling coincidence, and now I'm going to try to actually change the slide. Yes. Puzzling coincidence that I found myself the night before in Vega Cinema in Oslo to see the first screening of the film where I was 5 years younger in 2015, and I was struggling to find answers to similar questions. In the film Randsonen, which translates to on the borderline or something like that, the director of the film, Tom Hovenbølle, who you can see here giving an introduction to the film, interviewed and followed 6 different improvisers and composers in a quest to understand what experimentation and improvisation means and the processes behind the creative output. At the time, I was starting to see the classic idea of myself as this artist who could push hard enough to squeeze music out of the instrument with my sheer force and skill was cracking. The research, the instrument, and the contradiction is where I should look. The research reflects where I thought I could alter my music, which in 2015 was starting to feel somewhat cemented and repetitive. The practical elements, the focus on altering various interfaces and the acknowledgement and acknowledging even more outer factors and interfaces, like the club settings, surround, sound, and more, is contradictory to everything my entire musical philosophy and work method has dictated so far. But I hadn't seen it clearly until now. That doesn't make it wrong necessarily, but seen in that perspective, there's a light that can be directed in the opposite direction. Remember, I tried to extend my instrument in all directions to maximize the flexibility of it without losing control. My view on the instrument was and still is strictly technical. It is only there as an extension and as an interface to my music. And there it is, my music. My music is not the instrument. In the original research, I set out to explore what would change if I changed the instrument. And of course, the instrument can be further developed to facilitate a different palette of musical expression, but it will still be my music. And if I change it so that I play my music differently, is the music in itself really different? I'll be the first to acknowledge the fact that, yes, I do believe that my music is what it is, both from playing a specific instrument for years, listening to relatable music, but that doesn't spell out in clear text that all my music lives within the instrument and changes from mere technical alterations to its interface and inherent powers. My musical intentions do not, but I make changes to the instrument's interface to cater for changing musical intentions, demand a greater flexibility. If this contradiction wasn't embarrassing and challenging enough, it sparked the existential question, what is my music? Not how it sounds, but more like a what, which also needs a location. Where is my music? At this point, I started to wonder if this was the 40-year crisis everybody keeps talking about. I had hoped for something like a Norton Commander 750 motorcycle, or at least a fascination with BMWs, but if I try to see beyond the creative processes, beyond the instrument's inherent idiomatics, beyond the creative use of limitations, concepts, extensions, and whatnot, beyond social or even biological factors, where does it start? How does one person end up with a completely unique musical reference? In my mind, I give meaning to musical entities, and out of them, music is like abstract contextual structures. And those structures, they can be interpreted as music with an inherent musical meaning. Take that and combine it with instrumental, theoretic, and technical ability, active referencing, and an instrumental output. And for me, that's an overview of my personal expression. But more importantly, it describes the interface of the inner circle. The mind is an interface to the abstract meshes that are uniquely us as interpreters of music and connected to the extension of the instrument, the extension being the body. There's a saying that almost all jazz students here in Trondheim can relate to, and it's you have to become your instrument. This is said in the context that you have to know it so well that it disappears, that it is of no hindrance. I can truly say that this is something I myself strive for, but this new perspective of what my music is enlarges the meaning of it. Seen as layers of interfaces, the mind is in its own right. It becomes an interface connecting the body and thus becomes part of the instrument. If I change my mind, does it make my music different? It's a joke. You can laugh. But let me read again what I wrote about the inner ring. In the core, the mind, the ability to play without playing, to hear and improvise music in much the same way as I do with the instrument in a performance setting, but without the instrument. But so what is the mind playing? When I look at my 6-year-old at home dancing and singing songs she can hear in her head, she's responding to the feeling of the music in much the same way as I am when I try to practically answer the question in the interview from last week. When playing a concert, the only difference might be that I have 35 years more listening under my belt and have learned to develop analytical hearing and to mirror what I've heard on my instrument, recreating the ipso facto sounds of others. What I have not learned is how that feeling of music, that preference, that goosebump moment, that God forbid magic, I hate that expression, has shaped my musical output. What happens to music in the mind when you go through years of intensive listening to music that floods your brain with both pleasure, wonder, and a feeling of belonging? You practice musical theory, your instrumental technical ability, and go through musically driven social networks. Listen to music whilst going through life-changing experience, and you grow up together with music. Remember that single note with all its thousands of factors, abstract networks of decisions formed in a single note of an individual human expression. People who think you can express everything through analysis and recreation have not experienced true musical meaning or the acknowledgement of its existence. If seen in the context of layering interfaces, the acknowledgement of the proficiency the human mind has in acting as a managing interface of its own abstract networks of musical entities is of the greatest importance, and now maybe more important than ever. In my own practice, the acknowledgement has been a pulverizer of the ego. Before, I would brace myself before entering the stage to play a solo concert. It felt like going into a boxing ring, ready to find this mythological focus, fight the instrument, and in many ways fight myself. I had to convince myself that I, myself, had the answer, that I could dictate my music. With an understanding of what my music is, I now have no choice but to trust it and let it be. I am 40 years of age. I have, like most people, a ridiculous amount of musical meaning internalized, and I just need to concentrate on managing it, both by acknowledging its existence and also through attaching the interface to the mind, of the mind, linking the mind to the body, to the instrument, in the most direct and unfiltered way without trying to shape it or change it. And there is no no, there is no want. You are what you are. The rest is technical machinery. Your physical body is just an extension of it, and your ability to make music transcend the interface lies with the technical control of both the mind, the body, and the instrument. You can't escape yourself. Also, by doing so, there is almost no need for me, as in the me earlier described on stage, the ego. The decisions are in many ways already taken, in that they are decisions regarding the previous musical input rather than the current output. The building of musical entities and its inherent structural potential is already there. I am on stage now. It's too late to be somebody else. By managing these musical entities and their inherent possible meanings through contextual relationship with other musical entities, endless musical meaning is made. How am I doing for time?
Hold on. About 17 minutes in.
Perfect. All right. It's not that much left, so bear with me. The rest is just really provoking, so you can be angry with me afterwards. So apart from being a fundamental, in my own creative process, a tool to lift the focus away from the instrument and the performer as an instrumentalist, why is this more important than ever? Well, the key word is definition and the price of it. With what I am about to say, I should make it clear that I am in no way objecting to research on machines that take so-called creative choices, but in this perspective of myself as a performer of my own musical entities, I am questioning if I can bring myself to give music that comes from generative machinery any value. I earlier described the processes of removing generative parts of the instrument in order to keep a streamlined control. But as generative machinery's complexity through revolutionary processing powers is surging, it is interesting to investigate what this does to the hierarchy of interfaces earlier discussed. In a machine's abstract neural network with an aim to take musical decisions, can the analytical powers compensate for not having a sense of itself as a being whilst learning? If we abstain from acknowledging the subjectiveness of expressivity in music, then yes. The complexity can surely act on many of the same levels, but take a musical project where you have so-called interaction between a human and a machine, and let's say that the machine mirrors the human and both listens to the human and reacts with its own sound through its generative output. What is it listening to? Does it acknowledge the expressions and emotional content? The context, its own role in the interplay? On the surface, this seems possible. If you would program it to find references in its own networks to portray a sense of emotional content to the listener, build contextuality within the music, and reference human-like expressive structures, then yes, possibly you could create a sense of human-like interaction, but it would not be able to experience these feelings in itself. It has no emotions, it's got no real fear, it has no empathy. What it has learned is a way of defining human output. There is, of course, an enormous complexity to be had within analysis and definition, but as an interface, as it might well be seen in the interplay within the fictional example, if I can play the role of the human for a minute, I would need to acknowledge the fact that I was playing with a dead being. If I played with another human, I would on many levels experience empathy for their ideas and output, and have respect for the fragile situation of creating music together, as I would expect the same attitude to a certain extent from my fellow musician. But with the said machine, what we would share would be the lack of empathy for each other's output. Maybe more importantly, it would bring to mind the question of what my musical meaning was worth when it would be analyzed and used to create music with caricatured meaning, to put it bluntly. What would the human complexity be reduced to? The emotional content of my life flowing through the streams of music, only to be used as variables to create complexity in an output. Zoom out wide enough and it looks like there's a coherent image. Zoom in and the picture is just 1,000 pieces of puzzle, all from different puzzles in an unintelligible and thus uninteresting context. But the way I define what the act of creating music is, define the instrument and outline a clear approach to the process of creating music, the clearer I can see which interface, tool, or layer does and affect what. The change of thought, the clearer definition of ethics, has in so many ways opened up a space that for me seems to lie between what we know, such as musical theory, technicalities, and aesthetics. It is shining a light on how subjective musical meaning is built within the performer and the acknowledgement of its existence. As a performer, the acknowledgement of it will change the shape of concerts to come and hopefully keep changing it forever. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Stian. Any questions? Here in front.
Thank you for the very, very interesting presentation. And I have a question, actually. Like, I remember being at a concert of yours with Sitzel and Andresen some years ago. And I had listened to the album that came out back then, and I really liked it. So I was looking forward to the performance. And then when I got to the concert venue, like it sounded so different from the album, and I thought like, wow, that's amazing. They're doing it really differently. It sounds great, and it was for me like the best performance of the night there. And then after the concert, I learned that basically, due to a delay at the airport, you didn't get all your pedal boards, which sort of shaped your sound as far as I could hear from the record back then. And I was surprised because like that was, I guess, like unforeseen for you. And so I wondered, like, what do you get from, I guess, like from many years of practice? You experienced various failures in your interfaces by not working properly or by actually not being there as you thought they were going to be. And I was wondering, like, if you ever discovered or learned something by this sort of imposed constraints that are not kind of foreseen.
Yeah, good question. That could be a very long answer, but it's I think the most relatable is when I started doing solo concerts, I sort of made these sort of tiny compositions, and I was going to play for, let's say, 3/4 of an hour, and I made like 5 compositions of the guitar. And halfway through the set, I was really sort of standing on top of the amplifier, sort of pushing the guitar in, howling feedback, all this stuff. And the next composition was a bowed piece. And what happens? Everything just sounds like and all out of tune and everything. And it taught me to, it really made me think that either I need to compose properly, take the precautions, or you just have to play. Because the compositions were not really compositions. They were more sort of limits for improvisation. And at the moment I realized that, oh shit, it's not working. There's a huge no there. Instead of sort of listening to what's going on, where can we take this? It's like, oh shit, what should I do to get it back on track? And nobody knows about that track, And so it sort of made me think that there should be no no's in my music, and there should be no want. Because if you do improvised music, you should do improvised music. Don't bullshit yourself by thinking you can't do it. Either you do improvised music and you have to trust yourself to do improvised music, or maybe, then you have to relate to the no's and the wants. And if you want that, that's up to you, but I don't want that. I don't want to make mistakes because there's really no need for it in that kind of situation. But with Sitso, we, I don't know where this was, but...
It was in Italy, I think 2013.
Oh, that festival, that was interesting. I remember that. Yeah, nothing came, huh?
Yeah, nothing came.
Yeah.
You were playing with, I think, an iPad and a guitar that probably borrowed, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think I borrowed one delay pedal from Stephen O'Malley or something like that.
Yeah, it was good.
But it was fine. But it's like sometimes that can be hard. But then again, it's like, well, if you have that sort of attitude that, okay, where does the music lie, huh? If the music lies within you and your laptop doesn't work and just things, you have to play. Just focus, where the music flows through. If the river doesn't flow in the same direction as it usually does, well, maybe you'll get to B anyway, But I don't know if that really answers your question, to be honest.
I mean, like, it triggers some reflections.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But it's with Sitso, we always do completely improvised concerts, and then we don't discuss the music. We have never practiced, and that kind of, it's really that sort of meeting of going on stage and, okay, what have you got for me today? We really try to kick each other on that. And so within that, that's actually quite a good example of how I should think about that when that shit happens, which I remember being extremely stressed at the time.
You were?
Yes.
And how did you feel after the performance?
I think it went okay. I don't remember, to be honest. Yeah.
Thank you for some very nice reflections there. I wanted to go back to something you mentioned in the beginning, but that you didn't really pick up on, because most of the last part of your talk, you talked about the instrument or interface as kind of, the physical things that you're holding on to. But in the beginning, you were talking much more also about the PA, the space, the entire thing. And at least in my thinking, we often we often forget about all the other things. I mean, we focus so much on this guitar here or this pedal there, but we forget about like the space, the PA, the whole surrounding thing as part of the instrument as well. Or do you have any more thoughts on that and how that kind of the whole package shapes also your thinking?
Yeah, definitely. It's because I didn't have a lot of time, and there's a lot of text, but it was a central part to the PhD, which is now hopefully finishing. I'm finishing it in October. And it was sort of a central part of starting it, because it felt like the instrument in itself contained the PA and the room, and in many ways the audience, because it felt sort of unclear to me how I would be able to play without it, and also the listener. Even though I don't sort of think that I cater for the listener, but it's that sort of contact, the human contact, when you're a solo performer. Sounds a bit gross, but it's that's definitely a big part of that idea of sort of trying to change the sort of idiomatics of both playing the guitar but also playing on a stage, stereo. You know, really sort of. And I've been a gigging musician for so many years that it felt really sort of cemented. That's also part of the cemented aspect of it, I think. The whole social aspect of going to a concert, you know, playing a concert. Sort of, yeah.
All right, one last question.
Thanks for your interesting presentation. I hope that you will also, share a PDF text, since it seems to be there. I had one sort of to follow up on your provocation, maybe. You were talking about playing with sort of these generative systems. Sort of the tradition of George Lewis with Voyager and the other live algorithms that came after. But I guess sort of what people who build these systems put into these algorithms is also their musical history and their musical thinking. So in that sense, even though it's mediated by this machine that has these concepts embedded, you'd still be playing sort of with a human, but just mediated through this machine. And another thing that's I often read when artists are talking about how they play with these machines, it's actually a way for them to sort of have this sort of surprise or different types of feedback, so that they have to change what they're usually doing in improvisation. So I don't know, maybe you have some reflections on that.
Of course, yeah. It's really interesting. I'm glad you pick up on that, as it is, because first of all, this second thing you say as a sort of a, because you're describing it in your second example as a tool, right? It's a tool. It's a technical tool, and I totally acknowledge that. It's super interesting, and I think maybe the most interesting aspect of machine learning processes, because it is to sort of invert it, to see what is not the repetitive, what is not the sort of culmination of human activity, and how can we sort of ape after human activity, but it is the data that falls out of these what do you call them, structures, you know, like the things that are unstructured, which is sort of more inherent to the machine, is what I think is really interesting in terms of taking choices with those tools. And on the first thing you said, I totally acknowledge the fact that there's a lot of really interesting, but it's all in the philosophy of trying to sort of figure out, how does my music work when I improvise? It's not sort of saying like, oh, I don't respect anything that's made with a computer, I only listen to Bach, you know. It's about trying to sort of say, okay, well, if I'm going to take this far enough, what kind of problems will I meet in my own attitudes and ethical constraints in the instrument? Because it's not saying that I'm not looking into these processes and not seeing the potential of it, but it is seeing a problem for myself, and what can I use that problem for? So if I don't respect anything, what will that entail for my music and my ability to use it? Which is probably even more interesting in saying like, oh yeah, find it really interesting with all this technology. I'm going to use it all and see what comes out. That's sort of just my work process of saying like, okay, I'm going to find stuff I completely disagree with, which might even contradict what I am doing, and see what I can pull out of it, which is just what my PhD has ended up being. It's a contradiction to its own setup. I was going to change the instrument, and I realized that I don't want to change my instrument. It's completely unethical for me to change my instrument. You know, that's really interesting, and I think that's really interesting with the patterns of machine learning as well. You sort of find all these patterns, but what about the structures outside of it? If you try to sort of invert all the processes, what can you get out of it? If you try to shine the light of all these processes in the other direction, how can you sort of force yourself to hate things? You know, it's I think that's really interesting. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stian. So I would like now to introduce the last presentation before lunch. Peter Bennett, Jordi Solson Bellinger, and Martin Murer. Hope I pronounced that okay. Who are going to talk about their installation in the back of the room called Improv Cues, Musical Creativity and Ideation with Machine Learning.
Great. Hello. Sound okay? Yeah. Hi. So yeah, I'm Pete, and I'm going to be talking about Improv Cues, which is the installation at the back there. So I thought this is just a chance to explain where this installation came from, and also then just give you a quick overview of how to use it, so that way you can maximize its use in the small amount of time we got to play around with it. So Improv Cues came from a project that we developed at Schmiede, which is an amazing hack camp digital art festival in Austria near Salzburg, and which takes place on this tiny little island here. And it's basically like the large building takes up the whole island, and there's about 150 artists going around making amazing stuff. And just sort of point out Jordi, who really wanted to come but couldn't quite make it, unfortunately. At Schmiede, we came up with this idea of Project IdeaBot. It's pretty simple, and it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. And the idea was to go around and interview a whole bunch of as many artists as we could, create a database or a corpus of their work, and have an ideas bot that would generate new Schmiede ideas. And the good thing about this is there was 20 years of Schmiede projects to draw upon. So we had a whole historical range, and people were quite willingly given this. And we were kind of trying to get the idea of, do you mind giving the robot or the machine your ideas? So that works, and it created some quite fun things. I'd really like to see an artwork exploring digital terrorism through the beauty of ice-based poetry. That'd be an interesting one. But it also came up with some really simple things like making art in the river, which was, again, just popped out of nowhere. But there was an unexpected outcome. Is we expected this just to be a solo installation where someone would come across it, have a little play around, get something from it, and go away. But it turned out to be a really social, interactive, and performative installation. So we ended up with a lot of people using it, and it ended up being a kind of like ideation performance. So people would be egging other people on to come up with new ideas or riff off of ideas, and people would kind of be taking the hot seat. And it turned into this much bigger thing than we expected. So through doing this, there's sort of few questions that were raised, such as, sort of can training machine learning actually be performance in itself rather than the outcome, which we hadn't expected? The classic one of, can machine learning tools be an equal creative partner? So we were doing that by provocatively saying, sort of, you can have these ideas for free to use next year when you come back. And yeah, does machine learning have to be intelligent? And we were interested in this as it's deliberately a little bit stupid. This is not clever machine learning. And we were kind of making people come up with stupid ideas and bringing it down to a sort of artificial stupidity kind of level rather than intelligence, which is quite fun. So moving on quickly to how we actually got to the installation improv cues at the back is essentially just reframed it for the context of music and drew upon the idea of using oblique strategies, which is Brian Eno and Peter Schmidt's 1975 card deck for creative unblocking. So if you get stuck while you're in the studio or making music, you could use these to creatively unblock yourself. And so we thought, could you just have Project IdeaBot and oblique strategies and create a musical performance based on machine-generated cues? So in doing so, we wanted to kind of close this loop where the Project IdeaBot was generating ideas which you clearly couldn't make sort of art in the river right then and there. Whereas here, you can actually come up with an idea, perform it, suggest a new cue, and close this loop to get kind of creative feedback. Okay, so improv cues. So first of all, we base our metaphor around having a deck of cards, a bit like oblique strategies. We've decided upon, after a bit of trial and error, we've decided upon 4 different types. We've got the classic oblique strategies, which are sort of obtuse suggestions and various different kind of methods for inspiration. We've taken Brian Eno's deck as a whole and put it in there, and added about another 100 of our own. Oh, and to point out, through the last 2 days, I've been taking notes from people's talks, and so hopefully there's at least a couple from everyone's talk, pretty much, in the oblique strategies deck. There's the sound deck. So this is to give a sound prompt, such as the sound of fresh snow crunching underfoot. So it conjures up a picture for people to try and interpret. There's the instrument one. So this one's tailored to the instruments that I've got. So we brought a whole bunch of instruments, and there's actually a piano realized this morning. So I've added a few piano ones in there. And these are direct actions that you can read the card and just perform straight away. And then I feel the most fun one that I find is the game or rule cards. There's the pink one, magenta. And this is ways to actually play the system itself. And I was basing this on my experience of learning John Zorn's Cobra and playing with that for sort of a few years in a group. So basically wholesale taken John Zorn's Cobra and put it in here, and then put a whole bunch of other game piece sort of things. So for this point, I thought I'd basically have a quick unstructured manual, because I don't want to tell you how to use this. The whole point is it's improvised, and you should be using it anyway. But I give you a quick heads up so you can see how it's used. So I'll run you through a typical process. So this is what it looks like. It would be projected up on the wall. There's a keyboard, so you can type new cues. And what you tend to do is start here. So there'll be some cards up. You'll get to play these cards, or be inspired, or just play music. So the whole point is it's for unblocking. So if you just want to create an improvised piece, just go for it. And this is if you get stuck. So you might start by interpreting those. Maybe you start to get bored. So you've got a whole deck of cards. You can press escape, shuffle them, and draw 3 new cards. At this point, there's no machine learning. This is just the cards that are already there. So then you might have a play with those. But you could also add a new card. So you can choose a type of card, one of the 4 types, using the tab key. The conductor, who's standing there with the keyboard, can do this. And you can go through the different type of cards, and you can maybe choose to do a new sound. So you can then sort of write in a new type of sound. A marble rolls down a wooden staircase, sort of evoke a particular image. When you hit enter, it pops up to be played by the performers. At this point, this is where it gets fun, is 2 new cards are made by machine learning, just Markov chain generation, so very simple stuff, which then gives you two new cues to perform with. And these weren't in the deck before, so these get generated and put in the deck, so your deck gets bigger. And through this, going back, I think surprise was mentioned quite a lot yesterday, the idea is to create a nice surprising interaction between generating cards, suggesting stuff, interpreting through performance, and creating this interesting sort of machine-mediated sort of feedback loop. So I just thought, last 2 slides, I just thought I'd say about the design decisions that went into this. So one thing that was really important for us is, going right the way back to Project IdeaBot, was you have to trade with the machine. You don't get ideas for free, because it'll be really easy just to have a button and say, generate me new stuff. And that gets really boring really quickly, we found. So it's a deliberate decision is you have to give it something for it to give it something back. And it's very generous. It gives you two back. So that's good. Ambiguity, we wanted no set way to play. And also the game cards, my favorite ones, are the most important because that changes how you interact with the system. So it's not a fixed idea. You actually can generate new ways to interact with itself. So future work that I'd like to go on to is to have different machine learning. So we can imagine you can have different machine learning per deck of cards. So the oblique ones could go down to, say, letter level text generation. It could get really weird really quickly. An open environment. So at the moment, it's very fixed. You've got 3 cards to play and you've got 1 to add. It'd be great to open that up somehow. And then the one I'd be really interested in is I have a colleague in the computer science department who's built a robot that writes with pencil. And he's designed to do it so it writes in a way, a very human-like way, sort of full of errors. And I'd really love to do actual sort of John Zorn Cobra style cards, sort of on colourful paper, and remove the screen entirely from the process. And that'd be really good. So that was a flying overview. But the installation only really works through having you involved with it. So I'd like to, if you'd like to come and perform, there's a whole bunch of instruments there. If you'd like to type new cues or just be the audience, come and gather after you've had your lunch, and that'd be really great. Thanks.
So I guess with that, perhaps we can just open it up. It's lunchtime, so there's lunch in the cantina. The installation is in the back, and just feel free to run up to Peter and ask anything. And we meet again after lunch. And thank you.
Okay, so participants and improvisers and all interested parties, we are about to start this last afternoon session of live interfaces. So please find your seats.
Okay. So, yeah.
No? Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. This was Christine Nordeval from the Oslo National Academy of the Arts, and who's now telling us about electrifying opera, amplifying agency for opera singers. Please.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, thank you. So I wanted to just embody the challenges here. And this was the first run of this experiment with the hot hand ring controller. I have 2 axes that are reliable and a third that's not, but the combo, we managed to work with just 3 very simple things. So it's delay time, feedback level, and on-off of audio. The challenge that I have been taking on comes from several decades in the live processing and audio processing, real-time sampling and audio processing. But as a musician standing behind a laptop. And so the challenge is, how do you take that out into the opera field? So I want to show you a couple. So here's my colleague, Mari Kimura. And this picture illustrates a lot for me what some of the different challenges are for singers versus instrumentalists. So Mari has talked about how even if she's mic'd, she hears her acoustic violin very loudly. It's a resonating body right next to her ear. And she's obviously standing in place, looking at her computer, sees the visual interface, what it's doing. Also, the fact that she's playing an instrument, already her hands are doing something with an object, and those hands and those movements of her intrinsic playing can be mined for data with her MIDI glove that she's been developing at EarCom and others. My colleague Pamela Z, also a wonderful, wonderful singer that uses operatic technique and has been working for decades with, real-time processing. But again, she's stuck to the laptop. And although there's one recent development where she's also been using a kind of a ring thing that allows her to go out into the audience. And that part I found really exciting in her work, but she's gone through tons of different controllers. So, let's see, this is my usual stand behind the laptop position. I often would perform, I don't know if you can see on the bottom, with hemispherical speakers, because I do not typically amplify my voice. I'm singing acoustically in whatever space we're in, or taking the space and everything that's in it as the starting point. And this is our resonating room. And this, as a singer, I'm using this room as my resonator, my extension of my body. But the hemispherical speakers, I feel I'm able to get a signal of the processed voice that is on a chamber-like niveau. So it's not such a big contrast between the big speakers and the acoustic voice. And they're omnidirectional, so they're more like an instrument or a voice that is not so extremely directed. I have also worked with playing signals through a piano soundboard with transducers, or through even plastic milk bottles with transducers and all kinds of other objects. Because then what's coming through as the signal from my processed voice is clearly different. It has a different body than the body from me as me singing my acoustic. But in any case, even all this stuff, it's always been this challenge. Okay, what happens? How do you go from this to this? So this is the young singer who sang one of the roles in my opera in Montreal. And obviously the body is expressive, the hands are expressive. We're using the hands as singers all the time, as our expressive gestural instruments. They have semantic value. They're not, and if we're working with an object, that becomes a prop in the theater. So those are some very special challenges. And if you have a group of people, you have the same thing. So the reason that I really wanted to start to look at this is because I feel like the whole live real-time sampling and live processing aesthetic or community or normal way of working prioritizes what we've seen already here: proscenium, dry space, mic'd signals, even if you're a violinist or a bass or a acoustic singer. And it does not allow for spatialization of the actual performer. So when we've been talking, it's sometimes really irritating for me. I hear somebody speak and I have no idea where they are in the room because their signal is coming from here. So that's also one of the issues that I wanted to deal with in allowing the acoustic operatic voice to stay acoustic, but how can you combine the electroacoustic signals with that in a way that feels organic? So these are basically the issues that I've been confronted with in these first few months of the research, and that I feel like I won't try to have the music part, the sounding part illustrate. So that music, I'm taking it as a given that music is a thick event in Nina Eidsheim's terms. Everything is part of the performance. The room is the first resonator, and the other resonances that happen within the room. If I'm singing in an acoustic space, unamplified, my voice is bouncing off the reflective surfaces and right to your body. So you're getting a direct signal from my body to your ear, or from my little membranes, right, making the air disturbance, and from the reflective surfaces. And I'm getting the same. I'm getting the signal from the reflective surfaces. So we're in a unified, unified sound environment. If I am singing or amplified this way, my voice is going through the mic, is going through the cable, is going through the processor, if there's a processor, is going from cables to that, to the mixer, to the speakers, and it's a lot of stages along the way. So that's an interesting challenge for me, how to keep the directness of the acoustic and combine the other things. Action sound connection, if I don't have an instrument already that I'm dealing with, how do we show that I'm in the one that is causing that action? And because my project is agency, amplifying agency is important for me to show. And yeah, let's see. Basically, all of these things I already have kind of talked about. So the things that has been interesting in designing the patch is how can I design something also that has enough predictability that I kind of know what I'm going to get, because I need to know, am I making a short delay? Am I making a long delay? How long is it? I don't have that visual information. I have to hear it afterwards in whatever it is I get. And so that my response also has to be flexible. So there will be a training component of the opera singers I'm working with to get them comfortable with improvisation. And that's very interesting. And I had a couple workshops already with one of the singers at KIO who said, oh, this is fun, and it's a game, and it's also scary, and it's weird, and you have to be really secure in your technique, and you have to just let it be what it is. And also what was really interesting for me was I asked, so what is your relationship to the, your recorded, sort of like recorded sonic selfies that get processed, right, and distributed in the speakers. Do you feel like that's you? Oh no, it's completely different. It's like something else. And she used the words of clinical, dead, mechanical, no humanness to it anymore, because it repeats so exactly, which was really interesting to me. So I think I'll stop there. Yeah. And obviously, I would love any suggestions for how I can be working further in this environment. Yes.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to add that this is like a colloquial paper, so there's quite much time for a discussion. Like we have more than 10 minutes. And just as a formality, I'll introduce myself now. I'm Federico Visi. I'm chairing this session. I didn't want to steal time from this great performative presentation by Kristin. So you're very welcome to start a conversation on these topics.
Hi, Christine. Thanks a lot. That was a great performance.
Thank you.
Cool. So right there in the middle of the screen, I say use of hands to create sound on an instrument versus semantic and expressive. And I was wondering how you draw that line. As a trombonist, I feel like my right hand is really expressive.
Yeah. Well, I was actually just highlighting the difference between singers who don't have an instrument to begin with versus instrumentalists who have something that you take it for granted they're going to be doing things with their hands on an instrument. So then you can apply triggers to either the body or to the instrument itself. Whereas for singers, our hands are always used in this expressive way, or trying not to be too handy. That's my contrast there. It's not to say that the use of hands of instrumentalists are not expressive.
Okay, then just to build further on that, I can't really speak for many other people beside other trombonists in this, but we can play many notes in many different positions on the instrument, and the choice in expressivity is that we use different positions for that. So that might also be something to look into, is whether, if you can go down that rabbit hole, is how musicians then make choices in the manner in which they play the result-based composition. Do they make choices in the hand positions that they use as well? That just sort of stuck me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really good point, because also singers are making choices that are based on the piece also. And so how can you build some kind of interactive system that could vary depending on the piece, so you're not always stuck in one type of gesture to get particular things? Yeah.
Very much for the presentation and your performance as well. It's always great to hear you. I'm really interested on your experience so far in the context of opera. As you know, operas are huge productions. They're super expensive, like your Patricia opera that you had in Montreal. How do you feel it affects the whole production and everything around it when you're bringing these elements with electronics in it as well? And how has the reaction for the other opera singers, which are normally not trained to play with electronics, been so far?
Well, for the trials of Patricia Isasa, I didn't have any interactive electronics. It was only triggered sound files from the soundboard. But that still presented a challenge because the singers had to listen to sounds that they weren't accustomed to and make improvisatory choices for the chorus, for example, based on what they were hearing in the electronics. So yeah, it's a learning curve and it's a challenge. And if I would, I mean, one of the parameters that I've chosen for this new opera that I'm working on, that I hope to incorporate this technology into for at least one character, is that it's a much smaller scale. It's only 4 soloists and a quartet of percussionists, and it will be. There will be a lot of rehearsal necessary, so having it housed in an institution as a research project makes a lot of sense, because a commercial opera company wouldn't be able to give it that kind of rehearsal time. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Really interesting project. I was just thinking of some analogies maybe with dance and people working with sound. I mean, in particular, I've interviewed Roosna and Vlak.
I don't know that.
They're actually in Oslo at the moment. So
okay.
you guys should hook up.
Yeah.
But so they've started using accelerometers on the body to then also control or trigger sounds. And what I find interesting there in their approach is, well, it sort of extends sort of the sense of the body. So they actually had the feeling that by doing this, they felt their body had much more influence on the whole space, and that then changed also how they were thinking about movement. Another thing that was interesting there was that they could sort of shift their focus on what they wanted to focus on, like either on the movement or on the sound.
Yeah.
And this sort of shift in attention they found really interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Because it changes the quality.
Yeah.
And also sort of in the rehearsal processes that they've been going through. I mean, they've been doing a lot of work just with the two of them, exploring the technology, finding out sort of interesting things that they can do with it. So they first make like small pieces where they work just with one dancer or two dancers who are themselves. So they have a lot of time to rehearse with it and practice with it and experiment. And then switching between having larger productions with other dancers, where they then sort of have to train those dancers to also use the technology. But then they already know on the technology side, okay, what we're doing now it's working. We're not going to introduce new technological features, but we're just going to have these dancers get accustomed to playing with this.
Right. That's really good. Yeah. I mean, there is that part of kind of exploring the instrument. What is it possible? And then trying to teach those things. But it's been interesting for me when just the 2 workshops that I had with one of the students at KIO, she was using it in a different way. So it gave me different information than what I was doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, thanks for your talk and beautiful performance. I was just commenting on, I think it's interesting that you, kind of contrary to what is often written about live electronic music, they want to kind of fuse the live with the electronics. And you kind of take a opposite stand to that. You want to separate it more. So, and I guess that also create different opportunities when it comes to what you want to express, and that you kind of think of the way you process in terms of metaphors, like, I mean, not only metaphors but also physically, like resonance. Something that kind of starts from you, but which resonates somewhere else, but also perhaps as co-players that you have something other than yourself that kind of also has something that you can kind of interact with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that's really interesting, and I would like to hear if you have any thoughts about, I mean, are you only going to use your own voice as source, or are you bringing in other sounds like the performance yesterday by Francisco?
Well, in my repertoire of pieces that I've done, just as an instrumentalist standing behind the laptop, I have done both. Some pieces are only voice, and some pieces have other pre-recorded samples that I'm playing with and processing live. In this opera, I haven't decided yet. There's the possibility that I will use some sounds of looms because they go into the story. But sort of mechanical sounds. And in some ways, those sounds, it's a little easier to see immediately the connection of emotion to what's happening with that sound. Sometimes, depending on the kind of sound it is. And the other thing that you were talking about, resonance, is really important. Because the whole training of an opera singer is to be able to resonate a space without a microphone. And each new space is a new instrument to play. And it's really fun. The first thing I'll do coming into a space is just check out what the acoustic's like. And like somebody did on the first night of the concert, right? Was it you, maybe? Yeah, we play with the acoustics. That's the body. So to take that away from an opera singer is it's hard on the performer.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. I was just thinking, you are looking for a system, yes? If you would start to think from the other side, so what kind of meaningful gestures or movements do you want to have in your opera? So how do you imagine the singers to move? How you imagine the gestures? And then go also from this side to define the system, and not to build up a system only and then singers have to adapt to the system. So could be very interesting, I think, to start also from the other side and develop like a vocabulary for the gestures, for the movements, and then see what kind of system already exists or could be built up. And you already said that it has be a system without visual feedback, so it must be possible to perform without the screen.
Right. That's a given.
That's a given.
And the
You
mobility.
cannot imagine that somewhere is a score behind somewhere.
Well, if it was hidden from the audience, I suppose.
Yeah,
that's a possibility. But I don't want that element in the storytelling of the opera, because the opera is not about computers.
Yes.
So
I think the opera will already give a lot of content, which could lead you to certain movements and gestures. And
I have thought about the movements of weaving and looms, and looking at even the shuttle, the object of the shuttle on a weave. So that is sort of another phase of the exploration. How can these objects and these particular movements be used? But it's been really good to start with just how does it work if I'm not getting any visual information?
Yeah.
And what am I able to actually musically process in my mind about what the patch is doing and what I'm able to control?
It has to be as simple
sorry,
as possible.
I'm running out of time, unfortunately.
It has to be simple, yes.
I'm going to have to do the unpopular part of my job now. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Anybody come to me afterwards. Thank you very, 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 very much.
Just be something around the mic like that.
Yeah, sure. So we're soon going to have a remote presentation from, they're online, there they are.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes.
So feedback. All right, very good. All right. Okay, cool. So hello. So I guess you're Bruno Pereira and Pedro Santos, right? Hi. Hi. Thank you for joining us.
Using my headphones, so there is no feedback. Where
are you located?
We are in Porto, in Portugal. So I'm really sorry not to be there in person, but as probably some of you know, there was a coronavirus case in our institution, so we were advised not to travel, and so we are here in Porto, missing you a lot, and these nice talks that we have been following a bit on YouTube streaming. So it's great to be here.
So, but we hear you loud and clear, and we can also see you. So I'm going to introduce your presentation, which is entitled Mirror Performance Installation for Voice, Body, and Image. Please, round of applause. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that's it. The idea is to tell you more about a performance that was premiered in so I'm trying to skip the, yes. The premiered in 2017. It's part of the artistic research thing that I've been developing in contemporary performance. And this is a kind of a scheme of a structure of and the concept of the performance that shows that the performance actually are three sets, a set of three small performance of 9 minutes. And while that is an installation process, and that's, of course, it starts and ends, but conceptually it doesn't start as the first day, and it doesn't end in the last performance. So the idea is to stretch all over the time and create something in an evolutionary process and a metamorphosis. So I will explain a bit better about it later on, and Pedro will also present a bit the technological part of this performance. But first of all, maybe it's better that if I just give you a small excerpt of a video of the performance in the. So actually now I see that you are seeing my full, now good, great. So just a small brief excerpt on the performance, the first performance of the three.
Hello. The volume is very low. If you could increase it a little bit.
Está a dizer que está muito baixo o volume?
Yeah.
Is it better?
I think we're like. Oyvind, what were you suggesting?
Hi, Bruno. This is Ivan.
Yes.
Hi. Did you turn on share computer audio? We seem to be getting the audio from the video through your microphone.
Oh, I see. Do you know how to do that?
I think you have to do it when you connect.
Oh, I see. Maybe not. Well, but maybe
it should be possible to just disconnect and connect again.
Okay, so I will do it. Okay, sorry. Okay, well, let's see if it works now.
And then one final detail: when you start sharing, that's when you select. Sorry, my mistake that you didn't have to disconnect. But when you start sharing, you have to say
Okay.
share computer.
Let's go again. Yeah.
Muda para vista do apresentador. Vista do apresentador.
Almost there, sorry. Okay, let's try again, sorry. See if it works better now. Better?
A little bit.
Just a bit more now, different part of the episode. All vocal sounds. Okay, well, as we don't have a lot of time, I would go on and to kind of assumptions of this performance, because we believe that the creation of the new performance is the most effective and way to develop the contemporary performative scene, promoting new visions of the world. So there's no other way of understanding. Sorry, it's not going very well. I see I even say that the video was, yeah, it was only from the mic, so I'm sorry, it didn't work. You can, then I can give you a link, so if you want, interested, you can also attend it on YouTube, it's available. But anyway, basically the idea is that the performance is the only way it's the only way of developing something in the contemporary performative scene. It's not possible to speak about it without doing it. So that's why I wrote there, it's hard to believe in a performance that happens outside its own practice. It doesn't make sense to do it in our perspective. And then, so now let's discuss this process and all the creative process, and then how to implement it. And also speaking about what I believe that's interesting feature, that's the performative resonance and the really important role of technology in putting this possibility in place. So the performance relates directly with this physical manifestation of a thought, of a concept. So, and of course, as the thought is definitely non-linear. The idea is to work around time to see how can we get to a non-linear outcome. So as shown in the first structural image, this is the idea of it's a metamorphic cycle that is developing by its internal evolutionary process. So it feeds itself. So I will explain you a bit in a moment, like now, speaking about the installation. It's this performative resonance is the idea of how to deal with the ephemeral aspect of performance. And this idea is really, really relevant because with the technology, we could feed the tool, the Max patch that Pedro will tell you more about afterwards. But we could feed from the performance. You use the material as the raw material to be step by step transformed by the technology. And then it's kind of echoes after the performance. It echoes on the installation, and then the second performance comes again and interacts with the transformation that Max patch made the input in the system. And then again, the third performance and the last performance will keep on interacting with the two previous performance and the changes of the system. So that is quite relevant to reach our idea on the concepts. More again, conceptually, this idea of the voice totally not possible to take out from the body, works also as an interface that connects the inner thoughts with the exterior world of sounds. It's the voice and the body that makes this mediation between our thought and our performance. So, of course, this mainly improvised, and also we reflect on this freedom expressive role, but always linked with the body, and also in this case with the text. Of course, the text is in Portuguese. If you are interested, you can read it in the paper. There's a translation of that in the paper. The part of the image that you can see behind, there's 4 layers of video. Pedro will also speak about it briefly, but it's another way of including another layer in the concept, and also to have another layer of understanding for the receiver of the final object. And then, of course, it brings this side of the multidisciplinary thing, which really pleases us very much. The idea of having from the same input, totally different outputs. So some references, because we have been talking about references, even if they are not directly or totally linked, they are definitely inspirations of what to do. David Moss, Jaap Lonk, Merit Monk, Laurie Anderson, and so on and so on. I see I'm going short of time. We prepared this for 20 minutes. Maybe we were wrong, but let's see. I will go afterwards. We just wanted to find a new, unusual spectacle. Mysterious, meaning the public must seek out. Rancière was also a very important inspiration for us. And as I said, the performative resonance uses the raw material for its own transformation, functioning as the thematic material that will be shaped in a new temporal linearity. So this is quite interesting to have a new space-time configuration. So I will definitely skip this, and I will give the word to Pedro to speak about very briefly as well about the implementation of the technological stuff.
Hello? I don't think I...
The microphone is there.
Okay. So, in a traditional context of musical performance practice, most musicians perform works by composers using a preconceived instrument. The distinction between these three roles has always been this distinction has always been very, very clear throughout time, but right now we have the opportunity to also have these three roles in most of the time, one person. We could argue that it takes a necessarily different set of skills to effectively accomplish each of these functions. However, in current landscape of audiovisual improvisation and performance practice, to which this work belongs to, these roles are most of the times interwoven or even superimposed. In a sense, artists also need to be the inventors and the engineers of their own instruments in order to perform. In this case, we divided somewhat of these functions. The performance was done by Bruno, and I had the role of mainly implementing the technological implementation. But in other works, we can have a shared space in this sense. The technological implementation, the system had the functions to record, process, and manage the playback of the audio and video content in a feedback loop with the performer. We use the computer with multi-channel audio interface, speakers and headphones, a microphone to capture the performance, not to amplify the performer, but only to capture, to record the performer in order to process and further playback this processed information. And a graphic card with video projectors, links to video projectors, and a control display. This is important because the installation was fixed, was functioning in a long period of time. So if we needed to control, to troubleshoot something that was maybe working wrong, fortunately it didn't happen, but we needed to be able to do it while still having the performance and the installation working. And a video camera also for capturing the performer. This is a schematic of the installation and performance. We have in the previous slide, we have the speakers 1 and 2, which are being used to play back a fixed media. A previously recorded sound and performance, and the 3 and 4, the speakers 3 and 4, are used to play back the randomly or semi-random playback of the excerpts of recordings that the performance was giving the system. We can see a little of the video that was prepared and the rate that was growing over time, the rate and the density of the audio and video excerpts was growing. We can put it maybe to the front, yeah, where you can see at the finishing, at the third performance, the rate was much higher and the density of elements. Okay, this is just a a schematic, not the whole patch, obviously, but in which we can see the semi-random nature of the patch, where through some probabilities we can choose when to cut certain files to a new beginning, to a new time, when to, at what rate those decisions are mainly made, and the order to execute the playback of the video and audio content. The control of the system. As we intended for the live performer to focus on freely exploring its voice and physicality, we tried to minimize the level of explicit control he would have over the programmed system, as we thought that feeding the system with content, artistic content, already plays a fundamental role on both the conceptualization and the materialization of this project in particular. Nevertheless, there are a few ways in which the performer can directly interact with the system. Given the conceptual importance of the body, a simple computer vision approach was used. These were the parameters that we chose to detect and the actions that each of them did. So the performer presence, when the video patch detected the performance presence in the image, made the system turn on the microphone, switch the system from headphones to the 4 speakers, and start playback of the pre-recorded content. This was the context for the performance instead of the installation mode. So the system also started recording the current performance in order to feed the database of content that was then used in a later performance. The amount of movement modulated the rate and the density, the general rate and density of the algorithmic audiovisual content playback, and the proximity to the camera and to the public changed the level of intimacy of the sounds. As the performer gets closer to the audience, its live voice becomes progressively highlighted from the pre-recorded content, and the reverberation effect becomes less pronounced. This is a small excerpt of a simple computer vision algorithm that detected the performer from the background, and then measured the general amount of movement, and through the level of white pixels, also the approximate presence or proximity to the camera. This was the basis for this control that Bruno had over the performance. So, Bruno.
To close it, as I understand that we are quite late, sorry. No, that's the conclusions means that we didn't want to call it like that, but we worked somehow connected with the transparency of technology, because we really wanted to make it as performative as possible, in the sense that the technology is very, very relevant, but it doesn't necessarily implies that is shown immediately or even in a very evident way. So we believe that the creation of these performances are the way of developing it. Of course, the performance and the reflection about the performance is part of what we believe is really the artistic research focus should be. And then, of course, this playing with time with the performative resonance is really interesting in order to break the linearity of time and also the ephemerality of performance. And of course, the relevance of the use of technology, which in this case allowed the performer, and it was me, that very, very wide and very wide possibilities without be too worried, as for instance in this presentation was very clear. I was trying to present you, speak about the performance, and at the same time I was trying to control the input, the audio input, and then also the sharing of the screen, and then of course it doesn't usually kind of limit us as the possibility of being free. And so that was also, it's a very good example. I'm very happy it happened like that, very difficultly, because then it shows the relevance of this. Some of our references, and that's it for now. Thanks for waiting for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Yeah, we're already into the break. And so if there is like a single question before we take a short break.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was just interested because you mostly talked about the performance part with the interaction. I was wondering if there's you can say something about the role of the audience when they came into the installation part.
That's a good question. We didn't actually consider that, but the reaction was quite interesting, both during the performance, the live performance, but also during the installation moment, where they were quite, and that was also the very interesting part that we wanted to trigger. We didn't want to control the audience at all, or the reactions, or the way they would interact with the live performance or with the installation. But there were this possibility in the installation. Some people would stay there for 10 minutes, others 1 minute, others just they didn't even pick the headphones, they just look into the images. Others were mostly interested in the audio. And in the live performance, it happened a bit like in a traditional setup, no chairs, but people were standing because it was quite short. But yeah, there was quite a liveliness in the audience as well. But again, it's not that we didn't care about the audience. We do care about the audience, but we didn't try to force them to react or to interact in any specific way to the performance and installation.
Maybe explain a little about the headphones.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Bruno Pereira and Pedro Santos from Porto. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Now we have like 5 minutes before we start with the next presentation. Let's take 10. All right. I was told 10. Let's take 10. Good. All right, break is over. Please get back to your seat now. Thank you. I'm not kidding. Not at all. Okay. Things are slowly happening. Speaking of agency, it's the machine that is telling me to make this session start. Okay.
I'm going to perform a little bit, and then I'll talk a little bit, and then hopefully we can all talk together a little bit. To cheek a revelation weak, but the will is strong. Pressure revives when the night is children to enchant, to carry all growling in your chest. Lift them out of your throat wide open and leave the rest winding behind you, but you've just begun, and pressure demands of us to come
you. All right. I feel like Britney Spears up here with this. This is my first time performing with a microphone attached to my face. So that was weird. Yeah, my name is Jordan Sand. I just moved here to Trondheim from New York. Just began my program in artistic research at the music department here. So I'm really thrilled to be showing my face in this part of the world for the first time. And I love it here. Yeah. So I'm in the process of designing a new visual interface for the bass and for how I hear the bass and what I am envisioning doing with the bass. I began this process in January, so it's still extremely new. So I'm really just going to be letting you into my process of what I'm trying to do here. So yeah, I really welcome your ideas and discussion and everything once I'm done talking at you. What you just heard are fragments of pre-existing pieces of mine that I wrote a few years ago. So they're not a direct result of this research process per se, but I hope it just gives you some context of what I do, what I'm about, and what I'm interested in, and what I'm hoping to improve. And anyways, this research is already kind of infiltrating my brain, my creative brain. So yeah, there are no gadgets here on stage, really. This research is very instrument specific, but hopefully there'll be something that speaks to you and what you're doing individually. I'm very in love with this instrument. I think it's an unbelievable piece of technology. And the way I'm trying to map it, my goals is to be mapping it so that I can expand my compositional approach to it, expand how I'm rehearsing these techniques. But I'm also thinking of this mapping as a starting point to begin ushering my work into a more electronic realm, because that's very new for me. But I'm hearing that I want to do this. So yeah, something that's not going to be discussed in this presentation, but we can surely talk about it, is I'm really not going to discuss voice so much at the moment, although obviously that's kind of a factor here. Temperament, issues of equal temperament versus just intonation, et cetera, et cetera. I'm barely going to talk about the bow. The bow is a huge factor in how these systems are expressed. Anyways, yeah, I'm focusing on the pitch systems of the fingerboard, because there are two. Oh, there's many, but there are two that are really actually quite easy to use together, but they are often not. They are often studied completely in isolation from each other, and so the newness of this mapping, which is the interface in question here, I suppose, is how I'm thinking of these pitch systems as a composite system. And what that means for me, what that implies for me aesthetically. So yeah, that's the end of my chicken scratch notes. Let's move on to the real deal. So I think of this instrument polyphonically. It has two concurrent pitch systems that are accessible and totally musically salient in a way that maybe doesn't work quite as well on higher pitched string instruments. We have the stopped note level, close the string all the way down, change the string length, etc. That's how the pitch gets changed. So that's how a lot of bass playing is happening, most of it really, etc. Overlaid on every single point where you might close the string are natural harmonics. So etc. This harmonic system works a little differently than the stop note system. Right? a mirror image of itself on the string. So we have the same notes happening in a mirror image of itself on the string. So how do we think about and use these two composite pitch systems together? This is kind of the point of why I'm diving into this very nerdy three-dimensional mapping of the space. And I have this picture of an organ up here because this is sort of the aesthetic basis of my work. I hear this instrument like an organ. It's resonant, different keyboards, if you will. It is its own resonating body, and I'm just kind of, I started singing because I wanted to fit the voice into this space. I grew up listening to this organ, actually. This is a picture of the organ that I grew up listening to every week, and singing with every week. So for me, it was just a natural extension of the resonance of this instrument to want to put, I guess, hymns into it. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so here's a fantastic quote from a bass player writing in 1989, and one seldom used technique with extensive potential is the double stop combination of natural harmonics and stop notes. The sound is unique, often not having primarily the character of two notes, but rather something fused, almost electronic. Oy. That is if I can play it in tune. Yeah, see, I need to map it, figure out where these things are. The technique releases the contrabass from being merely a one-line instrument, implying the potential for polyphony and chordal harmony and all that stuff. There are somewhere between 1 and 300 possible combinations. I think there's actually quite a lot more, but depending on the size of the performer's left hand and the extent of his or her proficiency with higher partials. A little background. Bassists are just obsessed with mapping the instrument because, as you can see, it's kind of a huge playing with no, there's very little tactile information to tell you where you are. There's no visual information. There are no frets. There's no keys. You have to have it in your mind, this visualized map, and then figure out ways to translate that into your body so you can exactly recall these spacings and movements and whatnot. So the map is the interface. And we have different traditions of mapping the instrument for different musical functions. So, it's a versatile instrument. You see it in so many different kinds of music and so many different roles: solo role, accompanimental role, organ role. The maps are the way that we facilitate developing the skills we need to fill these different roles. Here's a couple quick examples of mappings that I've been exposed to and I have studied and learned over the years. This is Francois Rabath. Francois Rabath again, and Samandal and fractal fingering. I've sort of written about some of this in the paper. Different forms of tablature, ways of thinking about the bass, but the point is that there's always this sort of visual relationship to this space that we as instrumentalists are trying to access and develop here. And so we like to draw maps because it just is the quickest way to do that, put the information in your body. So there's plenty of mappings of harmonics, of course. Yes, this is not something new, but they're somewhat incomplete in that they are not often done proportionally. Harmonics are just fractions of the string, right? So it's very precise where they are. And if you're off, you're not going to get it. It's not going to happen, as you heard me do a few times. So we need some really clear spatial information about these things. Again, there's another example, a mapping of where these harmonics exist with sort of this index of staff notation. staff notation really doesn't help us play this stuff. It's just a cataloging technique. So here's some of the goals for my mapping. You want to map harmonics geographically with precise proportions in relation to pitch stop notes. That's the most important. In order to illuminate intervallic relationships, understand and study and catalog these relationships, and develop choreographies to perform them. Okay, why three-dimensional? It's like a science fair project or something, I feel like. It's just, when I first thought of this idea and started thinking, oh, cool, that might be cool. That's how I'm thinking about it. How do I realize this? I was like, well, let me go buy some pipe cleaners and some clay and like put it together like like Legos or something. But anyways, okay, why 3 dimensions? Because we have length, we have width, and we have this element of height or elevation. And this is not something that you can really observe from out there, but this is something that I experience as a player, as the string players know, of course. Press the string down, that's the lower level, that's the stop note. Touch the string lightly in the same place, that is the harmonic level. The upper level. So, and I often compare this to, if you look at a constellation in an astronomy book versus what if we could step into the constellation. What the heck? Can you play, please? Guess not. Okay, never mind. It is? Yeah. So, I mean, it's a whole different, I ripped this off YouTube. I quoted him, he's there. But it's a whole different ballgame, right? I mean, if we're thinking about these systems three-dimensionally, it's a space that we can now enter. Like if you would enter your childhood home or something, you can walk around, you know where things are. I want to create this space for myself and my work. This is Orion, by the way. Anyways. Okay, so here's me brainstorming in more chicken scratch. How am I going to do this? What needs to be a part of this interface? What information should it contain? How many different ways should we look at the relationships between these nodes or points? What should it do? What should it help me do? Exploring different tunings in a more objective way, filtering the information. How we want to filter it by pitch class, pitch register. We want to filter it by partial number. We want to filter it by larger intervals, smaller intervals. I don't know, the sky's the limit. I was asking myself early on, like, if you can see down here, is this an interface, like an actual electronic interface? Could it be? I'll get to that later, who knows? And then how should it look and be designed? It's kind of important. If you're drawing a map, the cartographer's drawing a map, what information should we contain? How do we organize it, etc.? What parameters are relevant to what we're trying to do with it? Anyways. So this is the beginning of this process for me. My mother's a fashion designer, so I have a little bit of like patterning experience, but mostly I'm not that good at it, but if it's just straight lines, I can handle that. So the green arrow, that's the harmonic level. The orange arrow, that's the stop note level, and we can get a quick impression of the vertical lines. The length of the line relates to how deep the note is, the sounding pitch, right? So we can get a quick impression of what relationships there are and how these systems work together. In the middle there, you have these tiered lines. These represent hand settings. So what I'm interested in is, this is one string, by the way, just one string so far. What I'm interested in is how, if I have one hand setting, here, for example, this is hand setting 7. How many different intervals can I get in this one hand setting? So I really should have practiced that. Even on one string, there's already an explosion of different combinations. If we go now and we take this little green box and we look at the connections, we start drawing connections between these points, and we get this fun geometry, beautiful kaleidoscopy stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then if we're going to expand that now across 2 strings, we have 3 dimensions. What does it start to look like? It gets pretty hairy pretty quick. It's just a lot of visual information and a static sphere. So we need to be able to click and drag and move it around and embed information into it. So I started to try to learn how to code 2 or 3 weeks ago, which I'm surprised that wasn't more of a disaster than it was. Starting to plot this in VPython coding language. You know, eliminating the lines, the vertical lines, and just kind of plotting the points on the axes. I kept these spheres for reference, visual reference, so I didn't get too lost. I have the halfway point of the string is at 0. -30 is the nut. +30 is the bridge. And so in this way, keeping track of the partials is a little bit easier because they're the same numbers. 2nd partial, 3rd partial, 4th partial, etc. They're just the inverse of each other. So this should look familiar. Position 3, position 5, position 7. Even already for me, looking at this, it's seeing the actually how these things are spaced and how many different connections are possible. You can't hear it yet, but it's dragging me into like a new level of what I'm trying to do with this instrument. So yeah, let's check it out here. Nope. How do I click on this link now? Won't let me. All right. Let's go there. I have to drag it. Oh boy, these computers are complicated. Okay. Okay, so now I have to, oh my God, all right. Sorry, I obviously didn't think this one through. Put this down. Okay, so yeah. We want to look at this thing, want to interact with it, and visualize it in this way. Yeah. Want to be able to look at it from different angles. Like this. Yeah, it's not that groundbreaking, I suppose, but and now how do I get back to my presentation? A kind soul want to come up here and help me?
You try to start the presentation. Maybe it appears on both screens.
I mean, whose screen even is this? I see that. You see that? Somebody just hop up here and help me. I don't want to like fritter away too much time being bad at this. Yeah?
You just want to go back to your slides?
Yeah. But I have to toggle back and forth a few times between.
Every time you go out, if you want to go back in, you just press Y.
Yeah, okay.
No, just go back. So you can just go back and forth without an issue. And anything you want. Anything you want to show us that you want to see on your screen, you just drag it to your right. Otherwise, you can go in the installations and do mirroring.
All right, so okay, forget it. I'm not going to go back and forth between this too much because I think you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
Real quick, what if we don't eliminate the elevation, the set elevation of harmonics? What if we look at it that way, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, I'm not a programmer, but my little brother is, and I want to show you how this is developing. Oh my God, okay. La, la, la. Here we go. Yes, we spent several hours on TeamViewer together, and his only stipulation was that I leave the name of this file. So I'm sorry, it's unprofessional, but I owe him. credit where credit is due. We started to code this information in a way that's going to be more flexible later on, so that I can integrate data sets like pitch information and begin to kind of play with and compute this three-dimensional model. It's not just a static thing, but it's something that maybe we'll be able to process signals for me later on, or, you know, I can mess with different EQs, different automated explorations of my instrument, because we often get stuck in these tactile routes with our instruments, and it's nice to take a step back and let the computer say, hey, did you think about that? Did you think about that? So, yeah. Okay, now what the hell? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yep, there he is. Thanks, little bro. Little brother, big brain. Okay, here are the uses of these things. I don't need to read it, I'm sure everybody can read. Okay, and another thing, is this live? Is this AI? Okay, no, not yet. And maybe it doesn't need to be, but for me, it's a tool to be just expanding what I want to do creatively and technically. And yeah, so I would love your reactions and ideas. And thanks for having me.
So there's time for a couple of questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. The dimensions part intrigued me a lot. But yeah, I know you said you wouldn't talk about like the bow, but for me that makes because it makes such a big difference, I feel, with the different bow techniques and like how hard you are using it and stuff. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I said I wouldn't talk about it because it's a huge can of worms. But obviously it's integral to sounding these things. The way you treat them with the bow is absolutely essential to also have that be exactly precise. And I know that some people have actually started to map where the bow needs to be in order to activate different partials and et cetera. And like also consider that these techniques, if this note needs a completely different treatment with the bow than this note, right? So developing bow technique that balances these needs is just a nightmare, really. You know, so that's really a part of my research, but I wouldn't call it research. I would call it just, at the moment, it's still just very visceral and embodied, I suppose. But yeah, does that answer your question, kind of? I mean, I could go into it forever and ever, so.
I understand why you left it out.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is you can activate these same partials. You can activate them without using the left hand, but just with the bow. So, I mean, holy crap, there's too much. It's too much. Yeah.
May I?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh,
Here.
hi.
Here. Yeah. First of all, nice performance, and thank you for your talk. I totally get when you talk about 3 dimensions, and I think that's somehow related with strength. And I think MIDI tries. I mean, if you look at the piano roll, the way to actually put this kind of slider to treat 127 velocity on MIDI, I think that's pretty much an interface designed to mimic that. But this visualization and awesome, I mean, 3 weeks of programming, it seems really interesting results.
I had help.
Yeah, but it
it.
really reminds me. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Elaine Shu and Queen Mary University. I really recommend you looking at a paper they have that is this spiral array. I think they're more oriented to, you know, intervals and chord progressions and so on. It's not also one instrument oriented. It's pretty much. I think it's this way, but you should you should. It reminds me of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the visualization. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Also the geometry of music that Ivan has told me to check out like years ago, and I'm getting there. But you know, this spatial understanding of sound and pitch. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, thanks. This was great. I really liked how you kind of bring in the 3 dimensions into this. I think that's very interesting. I'm coming from this since I'm working a lot with motion capture and the body in space, working with XYZ all the time. But then we always also have to think about the time in the spatial temporal character of these things. Have you thought about how you could also include time here? And then I'm thinking about time in the sense that when you're working with vibrato, for example, then obviously that will also influence the way and your system there and how this would work, I guess, because I guess also working with vibrato on 2 strings would be, you would have different types of vibrato on the 2 strings as well, which would also influence your system.
Yeah, that's a new idea for me. No, I haven't thought much about how time factors in the 4th dimension. But let's chat more about that afterwards, because you might have to unpack that for me a little bit.
Hi, thanks a lot. Great performance. I like the way you opened the talk. So everything right now, if I understand it, you're going to use the 4th tuning system, or the strings in 4th. Do you think this 3D modeling is going to introduce new tuning systems for you?
I work a lot with alternate tuning systems, and that was part of the reason why I wanted a flexible way to study how these pitch systems interact. Because obviously, if you crank the string down, the relationships spatially don't change, but the pitches, the intervals do. So that was part of the driving factor for this. I'd like to be able to just set the fundamental hertz of each string and have this thing populate the partials and the stop notes so that I don't have to go do it myself because I'm lazy. So yes. Yes, and oh my God, I mean, things are, fourths is really boring relationship, I think. Or at least whenever I'm moving the tuning of this instrument around, things just blossom. It's amazing. It's so cool. And then of course I have this extension, which is fun. Gives me it's cool. Yeah. Yes.
Cool. So great. So building on that then, do you think then, because there's a lot of sympathetic harmonies that occur as well, do you think that this 3D modeling is going to be able to predict those sympathetic harmonies?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far.
That'd be really cool. Yeah.
I mean, what is a sympathetic harmony? I mean, already, and if you're playing a harmonic, then the string is vibrating in sympathy with itself, right? And like, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'd be cool. Like when you like in just intonation, and then there's like some other. Yeah, I don't know. My intonation has to get better in order for that to start happening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jordan Sand.
Yeah, talk to me afterwards if you want.
So we have a remote performance that will be live streamed over here in a few minutes. And so this time it will be over. So the performance is Tablix for International Conference on Live Interfaces. That's appropriate. And by Gurpreet Chana.
but I'm
Can you hear
honored for
us?
this opportunity to share the story of the Blix,
Okay.
this digital tabla that you see before me. Before I start talking too much about it, oh, I hear there's a problem with the sound.
Now we've got sound. Can you hear us there?
Hey, Rajan, are we?
1 second. I hear you now.
You hear now? All
Yeah,
right.
all good.
Hello again, everyone. My name is Gurpreet, and I guess you didn't hear what I was saying before, but we're joining you live from 876 Studio here in Toronto, Canada. And I wish I was there with you all, but unfortunately I can't be. But I'm happy for this opportunity and honored to be able to share the Blix, this digital tabla instrument with you all for ICLI 2020. And thank you for this opportunity. Before I get into what the Blix is, why, and how it came about, I'd like to start with a small piece. And this piece is called Nagma Ishq. And it's a piece that I composed, it's one of the first pieces I composed with the Blix instrument in an ode to, I guess, exploring what an Indian classical tabla solo could look like through this new digital instrument. I'm getting a bit of a loop feedback. So that was just a short piece called Nagma Ishq, using the tablix instrument. And the story of tablix is rooted in the language of the tabla. And it's rooted in exploring the digital world through this language of the tabla. But before I talk more about what that integration looks like, I'd like to share a little bit about the tabla itself and how this language comes into play with the instrument. The tabla itself is comprised of two separate drums, a treble drum known as the porta, and a bass drum known as the dugi. And together they're known as the tabla. The tabla is also known as a talking drum, and there are a few reasons for that. The first is that the idea is that the porta is having a conversation with the dugi, and together, as the tabla, they're having a conversation with the performer and hopefully the audience as well. The second reason is that there's an entire language associated with the tabla, much like beatboxing, but beatboxing for this instrument. And when you first learn how to play the tabla, you have to learn how to say this language and then apply that and transfer that to your hands and then to the tabla. So just a brief example, there are three primary sounds that come out of the porta. The first one is a muted sound known as t, t, t. A slightly more resonant sound you get by hitting the outer rim of the porta, known as ta, ta, ta. And an even more resonant sound known as tin. Tin. Similarly, there are three primary sounds that come out of the bass or the dugi. The first one, a muted sound you get by slapping the skin of the drum. It's known as k, k, k. A bassier sound that you get by holding your hand in the shape of a C, applying pressure with your wrist and hitting with the tips of your fingers. And that sound is known as g, g, g. And a more resonant sound you get by applying little or no pressure with your wrist and still hitting with the tips of your fingers, known as ga, ga, ga. And similarly to other languages, these form a part of the alphabet of the tabla. And when you take sounds from the porta and you combine it with sounds from the bass or the dugi, you get additional words or sounds. For example, if you take the ta, combine it with the g, you get a sound known as dha. And when you take the tin, combine it with the ga, you get a sound known as din. These sounds and many others can then be formed to create phrases known as rhythmic cycles or tals, which could be equated to sentences in other languages. For example, da din din da, da din din da, da tin tin ta ta din din da. And how we say these sentences or phrases dictates how we play. So you can say it very straight, like da din din da. You can say it more fluid, da din din da, da din din da. And the expression comes from how we say these phrases, how we use this language, and then hopefully translates to our hands and the instrument or interface that we play. And there's a composition structure known in the language of the tabla as a kada, which pretty much literally translates into a short story. And something like that would sound, for example, The other interesting thing about the tabla is not only is it a percussion instrument, it's a melodic percussion instrument. So before you play before you accompany somebody, a musician, or play a song, you have to tune the porta to the root note or the tonic of that piece of music. And the coarse tuning is done by moving these dowels up and down, and the fine tuning is done by hitting the braid up or down. And with me today, I have also a couple of other portas tuned to different pitches. And there's this concept known as tabla tarang, which is playing melody using the tabla. So for example, now, I've been fortunate to be learning this language of the tabla since the age of 3. And it is this language that has opened up many opportunities to explore music from around the world, to collaborate with wonderful musicians that come from different backgrounds, genres, and styles. But it is also this language that forms the fundamental basis of how I explore the other instruments that I've been introduced to. So for example, if I'm playing the cajon or the congas or the djembe, I will first kind of approach them with this understanding of how I approach the tabla through this language. And even if it's a hardware instrument, and most of them are grid-based, as you all know, but even some that are shaped like percussion instruments, for like the Roland Hansonic or the Wave Korg drum, I would also approach them initially with this fundamental language of the tabla. And it was about 10 years ago where I wanted to explore this world of digital hardware and software and technology, but in a way that stayed true to the ergonomics, the art form, and the tradition of this language, where I didn't have to adapt my style of playing to the interface, but rather build the technology around the instrument itself. And that major constraint of that I put on myself, that I really want to stay true to this language, really helped in making down the decision when I was, it helped the decision-making process. So if I'd run into a wall or some sort of element that I was like, oh, should I go this way or the other way, or the million other ways I could go, I would always ask myself, is it staying, what's bringing me as true and honestly as close to the technique that I'm used to playing the tabla with. The other issue that I would run into sometimes was playing the tabla were logistics. So if I was playing, for example, with a DJ, I would take up to sometimes 10 of pre-tuned portas, and each of them weigh about 7 kilograms. So logistics in terms of space on stage or in a club or a festival could become a nightmare. Touring, just baggage expenses. And then also there were issues with sound, because sometimes when I was playing the tabla, I was in new environments. And so I was over the years also focusing on how can I continues to improve the sound itself, even before the Blix came into play. But again, about 10 years ago, all this culminated, and as I saw different styles of my communication, different forms of my communication going in the digital world, I was more and more curious in exploring how can my musical language of the tabla also communicate digitally. And that eventually led to the Blix. And the Blix first started by configuring off-the-shelf software such as Autotune. And it worked well, but I was using envelopes to edit parameters and compositions that I was making. And I'll explain a little bit more what I mean by that as I go forward. But also a big problem I was having was latency and CPU usage, where I was running sometimes at about 90%, 80%, and that was not a comfortable feeling, especially in a live performance setting. Eventually, over the years, I got to the point where I am now, which is a 3-part Max MSP plugin. But I'll share a little bit what I can do with this plugin, and then we can I'll get into a signal, explaining how the signal path is and what's actually going on in this entire interface. So with the Blix, I always tune my porta to the node of C. So my plugin knows to transpose based on its incoming C note and to the output desired note. So nominally, this is what it would sound like. But real time, via MIDI note message, I can go very low. And what I'm doing right now, I have everything hosted in Ableton Live, and I'm launching clips which have a MIDI note in them set to a certain note. And the clip continues to go in a loop as long as I need to be in that note. However, if I don't always need to have the MIDI note in a clip, I can be getting real-time MIDI note messages from another player. But sometimes I, just for argument's sake, so real-time MIDI note messages can be coming in as well. Either I can be playing them myself, but normally I'll have both my hands busy, so that's not possible. But when I'm collaborating with musicians, they can be affecting melodically where my tabla is pitched to, at the same time be sending their own audio. So the first project, again, that I gave myself was to digitally pitch shift. And one of the primary reasons being it's such an important component of playing the tabla. And then once I was able to do one note, at the heart, I feel I'm a composer and a percussionist, and I love composing. So I wanted to take the the tabla tarang concept from the analog world also into this digital space. And as I mentioned, when I was first configuring software like such as Autotune, I was using envelopes to edit the melodies I was creating. Whereas the Max MSP plugin we have in now allows me to use standard MIDI note composing and editing techniques, which really facilitates my process and flow from ideation to composition to recording and performance. Just quickly, I'll describe the signal flow path and how the plugin works. The porta has a pickup installed onto it, and that's running into one channel of the RME Fireface. The Doogie has a dual head pickup, which is running into its own separate channel in the Fireface. And then here I have an internal mic, which is also into the Fireface. All that is getting brought into Ableton Live, where the internal mic and the Doogie and the pickup are being summed together. And that sum channel has one part of the Max plugin on it. The porta or the treble channel has a second part of the Max plugin on it. And then in Ableton Live, I have a third track, which is a MIDI instrument track. And in that MIDI instrument track is where I have my clips of one note or my compositions, pre-composed compositions. And again, it would be on that same channel that if I was playing with another instrument, that their MIDI would come into, affecting the pitch of the sound of the tabla. Over here, I also have a touchable device, which allows me to navigate the Ableton Live interface. And down here, I have a Keith McMillan footstep, which allows me to use my feet to do real-time effects. And over here, what I'm keep on putting in and out of my ears are noise-canceling headphones. And the reason for that is I don't want to hear, for the purposes of tablix, the acoustic tabla or the analog tabla I'm playing. I'm just interested in hearing the process sound. And with these noise-canceling headphones, it allows me to, again, not hear the tabla, but only hear the process sound. And there is a latency between the two. However, I can still play with it. I can't explain why that's the case. But with these headphones and this in-ear monitor mix, I still have the ability to perform in time. I'd like to do one last piece for you, and then we'll open up the floor for some questions and go from there. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity, I guess, open up to any questions and hopefully try to answer them as best as possible. We're just going to be doing a quick switch on our end here, so we might pop in and out, but we'll be back soon.
Great, thanks. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Hello.
Try.
Okay, can you hear me?
Could you try again, please?
Hello.
Hi. I think it's just a bit of a delay. Yeah.
Okay, but can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm just wondering, it's very cool. And what's the reason for not that you don't want to hear the acoustic resonances of the tabla? Why do you have the in-ear headphones?
Yes. One of the reasons for it is that there's a latency. And the other reason is from a creative standpoint that I want to be able to, with the tabla, pitch shift to any other note. So to accompany other musicians and artists that I might be playing with, or even my own compositions. And if I were to hear the acoustic tabla, I would have to hear that along with the pitch shifted note. And that doesn't always work in terms of the sound that I'm going for. And also from a practical standpoint, it would make it much more difficult for me to play. I don't know. It's
Thanks for the presentation. And a question from a fellow Canuck. I'm just curious, MIDI-wise, is everything in your composition in the sense it is pre-planned? So for example, would you be able to improvise with the instrument as well, pitch-wise, or would you have to stick to a certain cycle of pitches, so on and so forth?
No, it could be improvised. It's actually a polyphonic, so up to 4 voices can be given. And I'll just give another example of that here. So I've just pulled up a keyboard on Touchable. And when I have this engaged.
Here, do you want to show that to the camera? I'll zoom in so they can see what you're doing.
Sure. So I just pulled up a keyboard here on, and this is going to allow me to give real-time MIDI note messages and play. So for example, this is just C. I'll just turn off the effects. Or I can just like let one note, because the waveform has a certain length, and in that length of the waveform, any MIDI note can be given. And the other, what this allows me to do is, regardless of where the composition is going, allows me to interact and play whatever rhythms I'd like over the same melody. So leaving this element of not necessarily improvise, but what I'm playing on the tabla doesn't have to be the same all the time, even if the composition of the MIDI notes is the same. But simultaneously, I could be getting fed real-time melodic data from a collaborator or somebody else, or in my case, I don't get to use my second hand, but I can give it to myself also. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks. Are there more questions? More questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very impressive, your way of playing the tabla. Is there any, my question is there anything you want to develop in your system, or do you have a question concerning your equipment or concerning your musical approach or the interface approach in any direction?
Yes, thank you for that question. Where I'd like to go with this now is into developing a hardware instrument and stepping away from just looking at software. Still rooted in whatever that hardware looks like to be able to express this language of the tabla and these actions associated with that language as authentically as possible. And that's where I feel, and I'd like to learn more about this, and I think a lot of people in the room there could help, and maybe others, so I'm really open to suggestions, is how to learn or how to best implement machine learning and other AI techniques to develop that hardware by using this language, using the process of how to play this language to create this interface. A hardware interface that could respond as effectively as a tabla would, or wherever I apply this technique. For example, if I take this language and I play on the table, now that table has become the interface. So I feel if I can take this language and build a piece of equipment that can effectively translate this language into sounds, whether they're actual tabla sounds from that hardware instrument or triggering samples or found sounds or whatever the case may be, would allow musicians like myself who are rooted in this language to better and more honestly and authentically connect with the digital world, digital technology, hardware, in a way that stays true to this language. And the tabla language itself, the tabla itself is a 200-year-old instrument, but the language was known to be codified in around 4000 to 1500 BC. So the language has evolved over the years through different percussion instruments, but the tabla itself also evolved from a barrel drum known as a pakavage 200 years ago to what we see as the tabla today. So evolution in the instrument and the language is always there. And I'm curious now, how can this language evolve with modern day technology of building instruments, but also understanding them better, so that I guess finding different ways of conversing with the technology we have and machine learning and in particular to build this new instrument and then record and create and perform with it.
Okay. So thank you so much. Let's thank Gurpreet Chana.
Thank you.
And also his camera person that did a great job, in my opinion. It was like a fantastic remote presentation.
Yeah, so we have you can't see them, but we have a nice team here that made it all happen. Yeah. Yes, big round of applause for them. Luke, Adam, and Rajan as well, please. They're camera shy.
And also like a big thank you to all the other presenters of this session. That was great, in my opinion. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So this was the last presentation of the afternoon program, and the evening program starts at 7, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's have a break. Thanks. It's, well, Øyvind will tell you where it is.
Yes. So yeah, Cinematheca is in the same building as Olavshallen Concert Hall. It's right across the river from here. It's a big house. crossing the walking bridge, you go a little bit to the left, and you will see it. And since this is the last daytime session, I would like to thank you all for attending the conference, to thank the authors that have presented so much interesting content. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our university, NTNU, for aiding us in making this event happen. And there's a part of NTNU called NTNU Artec, Art and Technology, and they has given us quite a bit of money to make this happen as well. So a big thank you to them. And also our collaborator, Metamorph. I hope you have the opportunity now to go by the exhibitions also this afternoon. And I also want to thank very much our volunteers that has helped making this a smooth event. And the local organizing committee. Yeah, we should. I mean, everyone is not here right now, so let's. Some of them might be watching the stream. Some of them are here. So thank you very much. It's a great team. And we have an international ICLI committee that sort of sustained this community over the years. So they have also been very supportive, and they gave us the opportunity to do it here in Trondheim. We are really happy for that. And also the International Scientific Committee of Reviewers that have helped quality assure all the papers. So a big thank you to them also. Finally, as far as I know, the location of the next ICLI has not been decided. So if any of you found this to be a great experience, you could do it next. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as Federico said, it's not over yet. There's a concert at 7. There's 3 great performances that we can look forward to there as well. And that event will also be streamed for those of you who are watching this online. So see you soon.